Everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting for Tuesday, June the 17th, 2025. Now, this council meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. City of Vancouver electronic meetings, as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone tapping in electronically today? Or council members, that is? Okay. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Now, in case of an emergency, we'd like to, where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the two exits beyond the glass door and to the left. And if those glass doors are obstructed for any reason whatsoever, there are 4 doors on the sides. Please, you'll get more instruction, but whatever you do, do not use the elevator. Please use the stairs. If you require assistance, please remain at your location and one of our fabulous team members will guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to highlight the fact that there is a defibrillator at the end of this hallway. So if this council meeting gets you a little excited, let us know and we'll make sure we get that defibrillator to you as soon as possible. I'd like to acknowledge that we're hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. And I would like to thank you for your generosity and your hospitality and the love and care you show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And like I mention every time we acknowledge where we are, you know, I mentioned that I think it's really important that we unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, I know we're going to build an incredibly bright future full of love and prosperity for everyone here and going out well beyond 7 generations. So I just want to say thank you very much. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of our team members, the individuals that choose to work at the City of Vancouver every single day, regardless of what department you're in. And I use the word choose. Everyone has a choice, and we have amazing team members here who, you know, come here every day to build this great city of ours, and I couldn't be more thankful. And I think everyone out there in streaming land should know we have incredible people, and we're really fortunate that people choose to be here every single day. So with that, can we please get a roll call?
Mayor Simon, the chair, and has a leave of absence for council business from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Kirby-Young? Councillor Dominato? Councillor Bly? Not here. Councillor Fry? Councillor Montague? Councillor Klassen?
Present.
Councillor Meisner? Councillor Zhou, Councillor Orr, and Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thanks. And Councillor Montague just
Yep.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have a proclamation for World Refugee Day. Now, World Refugee Day is an international day designated by the United Nations to honor refugees around the globe. It falls each year on the 20th of June and shines a light on the rights, needs, and dreams of those forced to flee. This year's theme is solidarity with refugees. The City of Vancouver recognized World Refugee Day as an official celebration and observance to draw attention to the challenges facing refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, and undocumented persons. Today, there are over 122 million refugees and forcibly displaced persons worldwide, with conflicts continuing to grow in various parts of the world, increasing the global need for asylum. A small number of those refugees make harrowing journeys and arrive at our doorstep to seek asylum. The City of Vancouver is proud to stand with these newcomers and recognize their journey and their resilience. The city is proud of the many settlement agencies, community groups, housing agencies, and others who offer their support to refugee families. We also acknowledge the city's significant contributions to Immigrant Services Society of BC Welcome Centre, a one-stop service hub in Vancouver for refugees, asylum seekers, and undocumented individuals. The city extends its deep gratitude to the multi-agency partnership established in 2008 as a collaborative umbrella organization representing over 60 nonprofit, non-governmental, and governmental agencies serving refugee claimants across Metro Vancouver and the Fraser Valley. We also thank all community agencies and private sponsorship groups for their continued support and commitment to refugee families in our community. Now, it is with great sadness we learned of the sudden passing of Miss Jenny Moss, a force of nature and an inspiration to many. Jenny played a pivotal role in the formation of MAP BC shortly after co-founding the First Contact Program, a Red Cross referral service for claimants upon first arrival at BC ports of entry. Since 2008, MAP has provided a united voice for refugee claimants and a vehicle to mobilize agencies in a collaborative action in the BC Lower Mainland. Retiring from her role as executive coordinator in 2023, Jenny's tireless efforts and unwavering dedication to supporting those in need has left a lasting legacy. So now we do have a proclamation for World Refugee Day, whereas the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted a resolution naming June the 20th as World Refugee Day to celebrate and recognize the courage, strength, and contribution of refugees throughout the world. And whereas Canada has a long-standing tradition of providing refuge to persons in need of protection, and is a signatory of the 1951 United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 1967 protocol. And whereas the City of Vancouver has adopted an inclusive vision and value statement that Vancouver is a city where immigrants and refugees have the best opportunities to become an integral part of society, economic and cultural fabric of civic life. And whereas the United Nations estimates that over 122 million people worldwide are displaced, nearly doubling over the last decade as a result of persecution, conflict, natural disaster, human rights violations, or events seriously disturbing public order. And whereas 4.4 million people are now stateless, having been denied a nationality and lack access to basic rights such as education, healthcare, employment, and freedom of movement, and 8 million people will seek asylum claims in 2025. And whereas a record 172,000 asylum claims were made across Canada in 2024, and 40,000 new claims were submitted between January and April of 2025 alone. 15,000 of those claims were made in British Columbia, double the number of 2023. And whereas humanity is witnessing the highest levels of internally displaced people on record, and these figures continue to rise as more people flee each year, adding to the numbers of those who have been living in displacement and have not yet achieved a durable solution. And whereas the City of Vancouver and its people continue to welcome refugees and make resources available for refugees and their families to begin anew. I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of all of our elected officials and everyone who chooses to work at the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim June the 20th, 2025 as World Refugee Day in the City of Vancouver. So before I get into the plan of today, I do want to make a comment. We talk about unlearning what we've learned in the past and learning the true history of what's happened on these lands. And, I've had the benefit of getting to know Chief Wayne Sparrow and the members of Musqueam and hearing a lot of stories. And the one story I want to share with you is Musqueam has been very consistent in helping individuals that have come to these lands and have not had the greatest experience. And, be it, Asians who didn't have the right to own land, and Musqueam provided land so these families can farm on it, to, Komagata Maru, when, Sikhs, Muslims, and Hindus weren't allowed to come, come on land, and the First Nation communities went out and provided support. These are the stories that need to be told. And once again, thank you very much. Being awesome. Okay, so the plan, by the way, hey Wayne, how's it going? He's not paying attention. Okay, so the plan for today, any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent. 1 item of unfinished business, 8 reports, 13 bylaws, notice to council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today is we will break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, adjourn or recess by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. If we recess, the reconvening date is Tuesday, June the 24th, 2025 at 3 p.m. In camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera? So Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say nay. Or sorry, yay. That actually is a typo. I actually read that there, so my bad. Though. Oh, actually, no, it's not. I skipped. Okay, all in favor say yay. Yeah. All those say nay. Great. The motion passes unanimously. Oh, we're going so well too. Okay, minutes. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting on June the 3rd, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities on June the 4th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? All right, so would someone like to move? Councillor Klassen, thank you. Councillor Meisner, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 3 through 8 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. We will hold reports numbers 1 and 2 to hear from speakers. Council may adopt the recommendations for reports 3 through 8 on consent. So does anybody wish to hold any of these items? Councillor Maloney.
Report 3, please.
Report number 3. Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Orr.
8, please.
Number 8. Okay. Anyone else? Gone? And 6. All right. Last chance. Seeing no one else in the queue. Hold on a sec. Before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Seeing no one there? Okay. Okay. So, oh, hold on. Oh, slow down. You guys are way too. Make sure I have this right here. Okay, so we have reports 4, 5, and 7 for consent approval. All right. Great. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Fry. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. The following have been approved on consent. So report number 4, Vancouver Heritage Foundation Heritage Conservation Grant Program, Annual Report 2024 through 2025 and grant release for 2025. Report number 5, the 2025 Homelessness Services Grant. And report number 7, Supervised Indoor Inhalation Spaces. Okay. So now we have one item of unfinished business on the consent, on the agenda today, and that's number 1, bylaw enactment. A bylaw to amend the code of conduct, bylaw number 12886 regarding independent reviews. Now, this item originated on the special council meeting on August the 6th, 2024. That meeting was recessed to September 25th, 2025. Subsequently, on September the 25th, 2024, a motion was approved to recess the meeting to April the 9th, 2025. On April the 9th, 2025, a motion was approved to recess the meeting to June the 12th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Due to a loss of quorum at the special council meeting on June the 12th, 2025, this item was placed on the council agenda for today as unfinished business. Now, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now's the time to declare it. Does anybody have a conflict? And yes, we see a lot of people. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I will recuse myself on this item out of an abundance of caution due to conflict because I currently have I am the subject of an open complaint, as has been widely reported in the media, and so I am unable to participate until that complaint is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you for declaring that conflict. Next individual, Councillor Fry.
Chair, I have a sort of a point of order. I'm wondering if this motion is even in order under, I guess, 8.7 of the procedure bylaw, given that it's probably under F, that it's frivolous, and under B, that it conflicts with an existing bylaw, specifically because the suspension period as defined in this enactment obviously defines it as 90 days after receiving recommendations from the independent review, which of course we received beyond 90 days from now. So it seems to me that this motion and this enactment is not in order.
Okay, so point of procedure to the city manager here is that correct? And then what are our remedies for this?
Thanks, Mayor Sim. Suggest we take a short recess and we can confer with the clerk and provide advice on that.
Awesome, great. So do you need 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
I would expect 5 minutes should be sufficient.
Great, if we can please take a recess for 5 minutes, that'd be great. All right, we're going to get started again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, Councillor Fry, so I'm just going to rule on your comment. So, yes, according to bylaw 8.7F, this motion would be frivolous and it's out of order because the bylaw period has passed. So, basically, we can just carry on. Sorry, a point of procedure to city manager. Next steps is we just keep driving on and this item is done.
Based on that decision, Mayor Sim, that this bylaw amendment would be out of order. It's no longer on the table and we would proceed with your agenda.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. So I guess I'm assuming we don't have to go through the rest of the individuals in the queue. There's quite a few. Councillor Dominato, are you good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Councillor Joe, are you still good?
Good.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Okay, reports. Number 1, reconciliation and language revitalization, renaming Tretch Street to Schmuckweawsome Street. Now, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Seeing no one in the queue, we do have team members here to present the item.
It's sharing. Yeah, sorry. There you
Amagan Clark, Bill Hampner, Dawayu, Gispagwadam Gitwal Gyats, Deedzabu, Lakwal Lamps, Dewalt Watku, and Simshan Newt. My ancestral name is Bill Hamner, and my English name is Michelle Bryant Gravel. I'm the Senior Director, Indigenous Relations for the city. I come from the Gitwal Gyats tribe, from the Killerwell clan, from the community of Lakwal Lamps, from the Simshan Nation. We're here today to talk about, to bring to you the reconciliation and language revitalization, renaming Tretch Street to Musqueam Street today. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the truth and history and harms of colonialism are still being felt today, and the impact will be felt for generations to come. There are many men who legislated the oppression of Indigenous people and are celebrated in history. Tretch is one of the worst. Today, we are here to write tomorrow's history as a city of reconciliation and the first municipality to adopt and implement UNDRIP. We are now renaming the first street in the city to a Hunkaminam name. While the focus is not to erase history, because people still need to know the harms that this person has caused. The intent is to celebrate the original peoples of this land and put their mark in their own territory so that everyone can understand and celebrate their language and culture. The city and Musqueam staff have worked on this renaming since the gifting of the name in September of 2022, and it is important for people to understand the significance of Indigenous naming. Musqueam has worked diligently to ensure that the elements such as pronunciation, education, street sign design, as well as the shared history of Joseph Tretch is told and the city residents know. There is always a first, and the renaming of Tretch Street to Musqueam Street with Musqueam will be the first for the city. As stated in the original motion from 2021, Council confirms it is open to considering similar requests from Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh as well. As I thought about the presentation this morning, I had gratitude in my heart and relief that it was happening. While this is a street renaming, it means a lot more to Indigenous people. It means that the young people can grow up seeing their language in public view and be proud of who they are. It means people can have conversations about the Hunkaminam language. But more importantly, we are working to undo the harms of the past by creating a future and a present that celebrates and holds up Indigenous peoples. While we as a city may not get it right the first time, we will continue to work to make sure that it gets better the next time and the next and the next and the next. We have a commitment to the local nations through UNDRIP as a city of reconciliation, and we will, as we begin this journey together, we will learn and we will only get better. We are not going to the next. The land acknowledgement was done this morning. So as I said, the purpose of today is to have a formal confirmation of council's decision to rename Tretch Street as Humasquim Awesome Street. Tretch Street is located in Kitsilano and extends south from Point Grey Road to 18th Avenue with 100 unique addresses. It's named for Joseph Tretch, the first Lieutenant Governor of British Columbia and the chief architect of racist policies, which inflicted immense and long-standing harm to First Nations peoples. On July 7th, 2021, City Council passed a motion to rename Tretch Street with an alternative name chosen by Musqueam Chief and Council to reflect the city's journey towards reconciliation with Musqueam. And on September 30th, 2022, Musqueam held a renaming ceremony to gift the city of Vancouver with a new name to replace Tretch Street in Kitsilano. The new name, Musqueam Awesome Street in Hulkaminum, which is the traditional language of the Musqueam. The English translation is Musqueam View Street. Musqueam Awesome Street is proposed as the city's only legal name. This will be the first time that a Vancouver street has been given a name in a language other than English. Musqueam View Street will be communicated as an English translation to all key stakeholders, particularly partners such as Canada Post, while Colonial Systems work to accept multilingual characters. With no fluent speakers left, this change is a landmark moment in the language revitalization for Musqueam, weaving the display of Hulkaminum into the public fabric of Vancouver city life. Supporting Hulkaminum to once again be heard and seen through these lands and waters is a powerful tool for reconciliation and affirming the rights of Indigenous peoples.
We'll talk now about the implementation of the street signs on the street. So the Musqueam Awesome Street sign blades will be installed at all intersections on the street. And as described in the report, Musqueam View Street sign blades will be installed nearby to provide continuity of service for residents and support communications with emergency services. You can see from the picture on the screen a sample of what that would look like. There are also 16 Tretch Street name stamps on the sidewalks. Over time, in partnership with Musqueam, the city will replace most with a Musqueam Awesome Street stamp. For a select few, the new name stamp will be added alongside the Tretch Street stamp, as it is important to Musqueam to preserve the history of the street. Residents were notified as of June 6th, 2025. Oops, 2025. That's 20,000 years from now. Notification letters were hand-delivered to all 100 addresses about 2 weeks prior to the street renaming. The information included addressing information, actions to take to update your address, mail forwarding service information, a link to the city website with a page about the renaming, and an audio pronunciation file developed by Musqueam, and a contact for a community liaison to answer any questions. We worked with Musqueam to select a addressing option that would work with Canada Post systems. So the chosen addressing option is displayed on the screen. If only one line is available for the resident to use, Canada Post recommends they use the English name. For our technology systems, one challenge has been that the Hulkaminum language of Musqueam is written in the North American phonetic alphabet. It uses characters not yet available in many English primary technology systems. So for this launch, most city systems will use the Musqueam View Street translation, and where possible, a footnote will be provided explaining again that it is a translated name used while colonial systems work to accept multilingual characters. Our city mapping data cascades to other systems, including provincial systems and emergency services. The recommendations before you for The recommendations in the report are before you on the screen. If you pass today, the street name change will be enacted later today. And on Friday, June 20th, the street signs will be officially installed and unveiled at a launch event in partnership with Musqueam. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chief Sparrow will say a few words. Thank you.
First of all, I don't have to say my name. I think most of you know me. I want to acknowledge the councilors and the mayor, especially the staff who they've been working. And through the presentation, this has been a long time coming. You know, we started this, and I want to acknowledge a few people on our side, Leona Sparrow, well before most of the council members that are sitting in the seat, wrote a letter to the then city council asking for the name change, and that's how long it's taken. And you can see in the presentation when we had the celebration in Musqueam of then changing the name in 2021, it's taken a long time to get to this point. And I want to acknowledge all the work that the staff has done and the leadership that you've all shown and picked up from past council members and mayors and taken the ball and run with it. You know, there's a lot of people that are still upset, but we have to teach them. We have to teach them of the wrongdoing and the reasons why those requests have come. As a young guy sitting at the council table when that first letter came, I had no clue who Trutch was. It wasn't until our past leaders that sat around the table that were strong, that wanted that name removed because of creating the reserve. Musqueam's got the smallest land base. That individual was one of the individuals that created the reserve and put us on 5 acres and created the election system for our chief and council. So it meant a lot as I read and learned about it on behalf of our community, and our community strong and was pushing. And I want to acknowledge our staff, especially our elder Larry Grant, sorry. If you can stand, Larry. We lost our language. I can't speak it. This individual, along with Vanessa here, have been working diligently with our staff, and a lot of these young individuals that are sitting up front are now speaking our language. And it's been, you know, we get involved in politics and do things that we need to do to move our community forward. We get down that path similar to like each individual, but we don't look at our grassroots. And I want to acknowledge these two individuals that have worked to get our language back. We have young council members now that I'm putting in position to speak that can speak our language, because I haven't spent the time myself personally to take the time to learn the way some of our young people have. And I say this from the bottom of my heart, that the leadership from the municipality working along with our staff, that's reconciliation in action. And I just want to acknowledge each and every one of you. And, you know, we chose that day in 2021 to have it on National Aboriginal Day, which fell on a Saturday, and we pushed it to this Friday. And I invite each and every one of you to the celebration on the 20th at Musqueam, both at the street naming and then also down at our community for a celebration there that we're hosting a bunch of people. So invite each and every one of you to participate and come and learn a little bit more, and the staff are always welcome. We have a big feast, big celebration for that day. And once again, Mayor, thank you. Aichka. You know, I look forward to keep moving and moving the bar slowly, baby steps, but we'll get there at the end of the day. So, Aichka Siam, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for gifting us the name as well. Okay, council, we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Oh, okay, or external representatives. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Chief, for being here. And I just some kind of practical questions. I think it's a really exciting day for our city. And, you know, there have been questions, and I think that we get this question from time to time around what are the tools available at the City of Vancouver to support learning of language, First Peoples language, and how can we be helping ensure that we use technology and what we have available to us to make it accessible and fun to learn and interesting and really engaging and inclusive of all Vancouverites so that they too can be excited about and feeling empowered about this name change.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And we really took the lead from Musqueam staff, Larry and Vanessa, because they too wanted all of those things for Vancouverites. And they worked really hard on educational resources, pronunciation sessions. There will be an audio file available on the website for people to learn how to pronounce Musqueam awesome. We are also working on interpretive signage as well as an audio box still that will be located on the street so people can interact with it in that way as well.
Okay. Okay, great.
And there will also be a pronunciation video created.
Okay. Okay. All that sort of living on our City of Vancouver website.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is there a plan to include broader audience like social media or that sort of videos, really engage with the Musqueam in whatever way to be able to promote more of that, just that learning environment that takes it off of our City of Vancouver website and puts it where people are, which is generally out social media, places like that?
Yeah, I believe our comms team has a plan for that. Thanks, Christina, that's available online to answer that question. Oh, Christina is here.
Hi, Christina Dome, City Communications. Yeah, we're working on some social media pieces that'll be developed over the summer, and they'll correspond with the interpretive signage that'll be installed later in the fall as well.
Okay. Okay, great. And I just, what did we learn about this process in terms of the time from the motion, which I was very happy to support back in 2021, the previous council, to now, you know, what are, assuming that there will be more in the future over the course of many years of these requests for good reason, what have we learned from this process? What are we taking forward in terms of how we adapt our engagement process as well as timeline? Is it 4 years sounds like a long time. Would we have hoped to speed this up with all of the learnings from this journey?
There were many learnings, as you can imagine. Anytime you do something for the first time, it's a process, and especially when it involves Indigenous names. It's not simply, gifting a name that you would see in English. It's a different process. It's a different experience, and it takes a different level of knowledge and preparedness for that, to receive that gift as well as to implement that gift, especially on a street sign. And so the city really took the lead from Musqueam Language and Culture team so that we could really understand and we could learn and how to do this in a good way. And there are lots of cultural teachings that we have learned along the way. There's also a lot of technical aspects, which I'll ask Jennifer to speak about. But the most important thing is really understanding that this process involves a relationship. Indigenous names aren't just gifted to anyone. They are gifted to people that, in this case, Musqueam trusts and holds in respect. And we want to make sure that we are also treating the process with trust and high respect as we work through it. So we made sure that our relationships were built. We made sure that we, as a city, understood the Musqueam protocols and traditions and ceremonies that went along with that gift of the name in implementing it as a street name. We also made sure that people at the city understood how to pronounce the name. And so there were a lot of pronunciation sessions that were held with the various teams that supported the work. And so while the time may have taken a while, it was done in just the right time.
We're
So-
at time.
Oh, sorry.
Great, thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Michelle and team and Musqueam Nation and the chief for being here. I think this is really exciting and I'm very supportive of it. I think you might have touched on it in one of the responses to Councillor Bly's questions, but I just wanted to clarify. Is there going to be some way for people to, I guess, hear the pronunciation on site, like through a QR code or something like that? So if they're on the street and they want to learn the correct pronunciation, they can. QR code is what I was thinking, but I was curious as to what you had in mind.
Thanks for the question. My name is Jennifer. I'm a senior project manager with engineering services who worked on this project. Yes, the short answer is yes. That is part of phase 2 of this project. The current phase is aimed at launching the street signs. The next phase, as I think Michelle mentioned, is to install interpretive signage and an audio box. And that includes smaller street signage that will be posted up and down the street that would include the QR code.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. Okay. Thanks so much. Very excited to see this happen. And yeah, looking forward to Friday. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claassen.
Thanks very much. And I really like the idea of the QR code. I actually, in 2011, I think we did some placemaking signs on Fraser Street, included a QR code that took you to a page with a bit of a backgrounder, so easy to use, and perhaps we could adopt that. So I think that's a great idea. I just want to share, first of all, I think all of council have been extraordinarily proud and feel this is a very rewarding process, not just specifically to the sign, but the broader work we're doing around our UNDRIP actions. And I was at FCM and having a conversation with somebody in a smaller community in northern BC. And they were marveling a little bit at what the city of Vancouver was doing and wished they had that ability to convey what reconciliation is about. And because it is infused with a lot of misunderstanding, in some cases fear. And so I would like to know from our staff what our capacity would be to present what we're doing at UBCM or FCM conferences in future, because I think there are communities right across the country and the province that are very interested in learning what we are doing here. Again, it's well enough for us to be proud and excited about it, but if we can't really move the needle in other communities, then we have more work to do then.
Oh, for sure. That's a great question. And we did participate with our partners, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, at the Community to Community Forum at the 2024, just before UBCM. And we have proposed a presentation in conjunction with MIR at the province to do a joint presentation on the work that we're doing as well, showcasing not only what we have done or what we are doing here at the City of Vancouver, but also including other municipalities who are doing similar work and municipalities of different sizes. So we are exploring those opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And again, I would encourage, and we can work with our IGR team as well, and just see if they, I'm perhaps too late now for the 2025 UBCM conference, but again, I think a larger forum, when you have that many local government representatives, we're seeing, even at the provincial level, still some ignorance and misunderstanding that is existing with elected officials. So again, advancing that work, I think we'll just be able to get a lot more people in elected office into the room and hearing and talking about it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will now hear from registered speakers for this report. Now, public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. So the first, our first public speaker is Gail Langton.
Hello, our position is other. We agree with getting rid of the Trutch name. I'm sorry, I'm a resident of Trutch Street. So we're in full agreement with getting rid of the Trutch name, given its terrible history. We support renaming the street Musqueam View in English, as we thought it would be in October 2022, with the Musqueam language, not the legal name, but the Musqueam View being the legal name. When we went to a meeting, a celebration, October 1st, 2022, the Chief Wayne Sparrow, the then Mayor Kennedy Stewart, and Musqueam people wore these orange T-shirts that bear the name Musqueam View in English on a street sign. All of the people who attended from Trotch Street were under the impression that our new name was Musqueam View. It was not stated that it would be in the Musqueam language. So everybody welcomed this change, and we're just waiting for it to happen. So I just want to say that first and foremost, we really do agree with changing the name. You may wonder why there are not more speakers here today, and that's because one of my neighbors canvassed people. 48 out of 50 neighbors thought that the new name was Musqueam View in English. The other reason there aren't a lot of other people here today is that we were not invited or notified by the City of Vancouver, despite sending us a 4-page letter. I only found out by accident on Thursday, June 12th, reading an article after doing a Google search in the Vancouver Sun that this was going to council today. And the article said there was a celebration planned for June 20th and indicated that the street signs had already been made, as was confirmed by a city worker to us on that same date. So I called the city to ask if we should come and speak, or if this was already a fait accompli, the deal was done. And the person who called me back said, I can only tell you this is on the agenda. So that's as much as I know. We need to be able to communicate our address. This is in the North American phonetic language, which has 36 consonants, only 22 of which are in the English language. So there's no way for us to spell out our address if we're calling services. There's no way for us to input this on our cell phones, on our iPads, on our computers, on our laptops. So this presents a lot of problems because these things are used every day. We're also concerned about safety issues because there's confusing information about whether there will be 2 signs, whether they will both be going up right away, whether both names will be used by the emergency services that we call. And I have had to call police and ambulance, and I can tell you, when you call, you're in extreme distress.
Gail.
So having to, sorry, am I out?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're overtime right now. Thank you for coming in.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
The next speaker we have is speaker number 2, Yvonne Gromüller. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
I'm not Yvonne, but we have a bunch of documents here to supply. There was a mix-up yesterday with respect to getting these things on your process. I'm going to use the word mix-up. I don't think it was. I have a bunch of documents to circulate, and somebody needs to gather them.
Sorry, just a matter of procedure. Yeah, so is that okay if he speaks on behalf of Yvonne? Sorry? Yep, we're fine. Yes, please go ahead and circulate those documents. Thank you very much. Sorry, are you Yvonne? Hi, Yvonne. Please go ahead.
I want the signs to be similar to those in Victoria. We need one sign in the Musqueam language. We need a second sharing the pronunciation. We need a third translating the dual legal name. There is no point having a Musqueam language legal name on polls if no one can pronounce the name now or in 10 years' time. We need the pronunciation sign to constantly teach all the people the positive aspects of the Musqueam alphabet name. Leaving the Musqueam alphabet name on the pole without translation may cause vandalism and sign theft. Victoria has a street name that is workable in English. It is Sayet, which is typed in English. Another one of my main concerns is that there was no truthful knowledge sharing for the people who live on that street. I understood the street name to be Musqueam View. This myth was left in play for 3 years until 10 days before the deadline. We only received last-minute notice on June the 6th that there was an unusable name change happening on June 17th. How hard could it have been to have real information sent to 100 residents during the 3-year period? Human communication is not only written, it is also spoken. The deputy city manager in the council report dated June 17th seems to imply that it is so simple to have the street name changed. This is incorrect. The city has not thought through the ramifications of the change. You need to postpone and negotiate. The people of Trutch are not linguists, nor are the people at the other end of the phone. How are we supposed to spell the name of our street to answer a basic security question to non-Vancouver persons or AI bots? The city did not consider what a day in the life would be like. The new street name would have to be used in wills, dental office, doctor offices, ordering parcels, et cetera, et cetera. We need dual legal street names to make life livable and bearable. The Musqueam people will also need dual legal street names if and when they change their street names to the Musqueam alphabet. They will have identical problems as Musqueam View people trying to live outside the world. How can we ensure that we can spell the new street name to other people other than those residing in Vancouver or British Columbia? Speaking the new street name will never be helpful because the spelling is not identical to the sound of it. Haisepka.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. The next speaker we have is speaker number 3, David Gardner. David?
It says 2:31 here, it's 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to reset your timer. There you go. Please go ahead.
Those in power are currently deciding the new legal name for Trutch. You planned this in secret over the past 3 years. You allowed the people of Trutch to believe that the legal name would be changed to Musqueam View. On Friday, June 6th, those in power sent a poorly written, 4-page dictator-like city edict to homes on Trutch, which failed to inform us that Musqueam View was not a legal name. If one studied the unclear edict, one found the real legal name written in Musqueam. The notice also omitted the fact that there was this window today to pause this decision to make a more workable result. About 50 Trutch neighbors were spoken to. All had read the notice. 48 knew the new legal name to be Musqueam View, which it is not. I spent 3 hours in 2 places I do business. At both could not enter the new legal name in their system. We need 2 legal names so we can cope with our lives. Musqueam View should be a legal name as promised for now. And Musqueam language names should be added as soon as possible as legally to have 2 legal names. The city is offered a gift of this new name. Gifts normally do not have conditions, so the gift can be accepted in the short term as a translation name to work out the 2 legal name option. City accepting the gift of the legal name has consequences, not thought out because of the lack of consultation with those who may see the gift as a burden. Within the city limits, there were many streets with Musqueam names in English, where the Musqueam people live at present. None of these streets having legal name changes in the Musqueam alphabet. I believe the Musqueam have the right to restore their language. If Musqueam street names were renamed using Musqueam alphabet at the same time as Trutch Street, then all the Musqueam people can share in the struggle burden of updating their street address. We can now share all the difficulties that will induce more self-worth to all of us. The gift of transferring a portion of the Musqueam language building function to Trutch neighbors is without consent. We may do this job badly and cause harm in our efforts to deal with the burden. If the city is going to proceed, then it needs to get our consent. This can be achieved by paying for our time in dealing with the burden. This can be achieved by paying for our patience, politeness, enthusiasm, and tolerance. Spending 3 hours at 2 sites and getting nowhere was not helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Speaker number 4, Leslie Burkholder.
I'm a resident of Trutch Street. The first speaker forgot to hand out something. Somebody came up to collect these things. Thank you. I think they're enough for everybody and a few here. Okay, so 3 issues have been mentioned. Maybe they're connected, but they're different issues. One issue is the communication with the residents of Trutch Street. The first speaker mentioned that all of us seem to believe that what was true was our street was going to be renamed Musqueam View. Secondly, the second issue has to do with the legal name, the new legal name of Trutch Street. The new legal name is to be Shmusqueam Awesome. I'm sure we can learn to pronounce it, but think of all the places where you have to give your legal address. So let's suppose wills, the reporting of car accidents, infractions of law, use on driver's license, services cards, and especially using any of these as identification anywhere else in Canada. I mean, think, here you are on a phone, you say to the person you need to give your address to, Shmusqueam Awesome, and they go, say what? And you try to spell it, and you find neither that they understand what you've said, nor that they can understand this. I don't know. I expect city staff have given thought to the fact that wills and parking tickets might be challenged if the parking tickets or wills are written in English rather than using the official legal name. The third issue is practical issues. Set aside these legal issues, practical issues in use of this name. Other people have mentioned here the use of this name when you're calling emergency services. And remember, there are 2 sides to this problem. One side is you calling emergency services and trying to explain where you live. The other side of this is maybe been solved, maybe not been solved, and that's emergency services, ambulance, police as well. Finding out where you live. Now, of course, if there are 2 signs, maybe that will be solved. Think of deliveries. Now, one of our earlier speakers said the problem's going to be solved with Canada Post, but Canada Post is not the only delivery service. Think of Amazon, FedEx, smaller couriers. What do we say to them? I don't know whether you've tried using the Napa alphabet to enter the official name of the street anywhere on a website.
Leslie,
I found invalid.
Leslie, and I apologize, we're well over time. So we're well over time.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, thank you for all the hard work with this. I hope this problem can be solved.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you. Okay, so that is the end of our speakers list. Once again, I want to thank everyone who came in today to speak on this topic. Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mayor. And point of information through you to staff, just given that we've already moved the recommendations. I was just curious if staff could just comment on concerns raised around emergency services and communication there, and what dialogue we've had with ECOM and operators and disseminating this information, because I appreciate when people are talking about life and limb, you know, there, and so if it could expand on sort of conversations we've had around that and what that looks like and what we envision that looking like.
Thank you. Yes, we worked with emergency services through Vancouver Fire and Rescue, VPD, and ECOM, and the BC Emergency Service. We engaged them as soon as 2023, and the discussion was had again over the name being in another language. That is why there is a second blade that will be installed on the street. The main concern was folks on the street not being able to pronounce the street name if they called 911 in a life or death situation. So Musqueam was provided as a translation blade on the street. The other thing that we know is that their systems will accept Trutch Street as well as an alternative name if people only remember the old one. And so it will always be redirected to the right location if they use Musqueam or Trutch.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then, apologies, this seems like a bit of an elementary question, but just with Hunkaminam language and actually the alphabet and using that for example, because I think we probably all do it all the time. We sign up for an account, we order something. How does that work with actually pragmatically in terms of keyboards and systems? Is that something that's sort of evolving? And what does that look like? Again, just a pragmatic question because I don't know the answer.
We do have our technology services person online, Tig, who might be able to speak a bit more to keyboards and such.
Hi. Yes, of course. Thanks for the question. So in terms of the NAPA characters, many of the systems that we use both internally here at the City of Vancouver to deliver service will be adopting that NAPA language character set over the course of the next number of years. And where we have the opportunity to transition to those NAPA character sets, we will be doing so within our systems. However, today, most of the systems that we will be using will leverage the English version named Musqueam View Street, sorry.
Right, so it's sort of an evolving process
Absolutely,
to adopt. Okay, and that makes sense. Okay, that's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I also had a point of information, if I may, through you, Mayor, to staff. My question is around the communication. So several of the residents raised that, I guess they were essentially saying that it was a bit of a surprise to them that the new street name would be written in Hunkaminam language. And they referenced the T-shirt that the chief was wearing. Can you speak to what the consultation process, or I guess how residents were informed of the direction that the city would be going in terms of these signs?
The resident notification was provided 2 weeks before the before this council date, in order to inform them of the update to the name change. It will, and that it would be Musqueam Street as the legal name, with the English translation being Musqueam View.
Okay. Did that include any sort of renderings of the signs as they are going to look if this is approved?
I believe it included a rendering of the Hunkaminam sign. It did not include a rendering of the English one.
Okay. But that was 2 weeks ago, is that
That's correct?
Okay. Okay. So up until 2 weeks ago, residents were not necessarily in the loop as to the direction that the city was proposing in conjunction with the Musqueam Nation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can add a little bit to that. So at the ceremony in 2022 in September, the residents were invited to that ceremony. So they knew that the name was being gifted. The formal delivery of the notification to the residents was done by hand by city staff 2 weeks prior to today or to the 20th? To today.
Okay. And just because I wasn't present at the ceremony of the gifting of the name, it would have been apparent, I would assume, that this is the direction that we'd likely be going in, had those residents been in attendance. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And then there was a concern raised about wills, and by one of the speakers who also gave us some handouts. I'm just wondering if staff can comment on whether or not they believe that, and I'm not sure you're able to, but if people would need to update their wills based on the new street name.
I can't comment on that. That's beyond the jurisdiction of city staff.
Yeah.
But what I can comment on is that the Hulkaminam language can be downloaded through the First Peoples app for people to use on their keyboards. It's pretty easy process.
Okay, and that's a free app on
free,
App
yes.
Store? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, so I was at that ceremony back in September of 2022, and it was a great honor to be there to acknowledge some of the past injustices and erasing the Trutch name. I think, you know, and I don't want this to be overshadowed by the virtue of the fact that that is an important step towards reconciliation, and I think it was a really great moment. And I just went to my office to grab this from that very session, which showed the Hulkaminam language as a street sign, and this was given out to everybody as a souvenir of that event. So I think it was pretty clearly articulated, and that we would be going with a Hulkaminam language name in Chmusqueam Awesome. And I think so it didn't really. I don't think it's a surprise that it's being made out to be, and I certainly acknowledge that if folks didn't feel they were communicated to appropriately, that you know, maybe we can improve those kind of processes, because I don't think this is going to be the last time we consider appropriate renaming of some of our colonial street names that are offensive in many respects. So I'm very supportive of this. I'm very glad to see this day moving forward, and I look forward to the celebration this Friday. And I do just want to acknowledge the consideration that our staff have given towards the English language naming for emergency services, for folks, for parcel delivery, for Canada Post. It is pretty clear that that will be accommodated, and I think that's an important consideration as well. So we're not inconveniencing anyone, really. This is a change. Sometimes change can be difficult, but I think this is the right change, and I'm very supportive of this. So thank you very much for the work on this and the presentation, and thanks to the public for speaking to their concerns.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks staff for the presentation. I just want to sort of preface my comments by saying that I probably also, like some of the other folks around the table, have been here through the process and was on council last term and voted to support this motion, and also attended the event at Musqueam. I will also recognize that change comes with a lot of questions, which are natural in terms of day-to-day life and practicality and how will things work. To speak to that first, I think I look at it as sort of a practicality. When you have a business, you may often have a longer or more complicated business name, and then you have a DBA, or doing business as, that you are typically known as. And so I think what's being sort of, if I can use that analogy, suggested here is that, as was mentioned, and just for clarification so everybody's clear, that there will be the dual blades in the street sign. So you will see the traditional Hulkaminam name for Musqueam View. You will see Musqueam View below it in English. But in terms of the ability to function through daily life, things like very important considerations, mapping, emergency services, getting your parcel delivery, we all have quite a few of those now, that English name can be fully utilized. So I think questions come up, and sometimes when you're doing something for the first time, people don't necessarily have experience and context in what that's going to look like. So I appreciate that. I will note that this has been done in Richmond, that named Remain Trust Sheet for the first Indigenous Lieutenant Governor, Stephen Point. Chilliwack, Victoria has undertaken some naming initiatives, but I think it is a pretty significant moment that should not be not taken for granted without sort of pausing and reflecting on what that actually means, and the importance of visibility of language and culture and history. Hang on a sec. Sorry, my voice is a little dry this morning. On the land is very significant. I think Chief Sparrow spoke to the fact that you have a new generation now that is actually learning and becoming more proficient in speaking the language, and that is quite something if you think about it, and quite significant to actually see those languages coming back, because language is such a key part of identity. There's a lot of things that make up culture. It can be food, it can be language, it can be all those things. But it's the ability for people to feel that their cultures can be embraced and can exist alongside. We named the Nutsamut Strathcona Library. I remember I had a chance to attend that back some years ago. And these things are meaningful and they do matter. So I think having Musqueam View it strikes the balance with the practicality of it. I think that part of the intention here is to invite other people in to learn the language and to learn how to pronounce and speak that. And so you'll have the QR codes and the ability to do that. I'm probably going to get better at this, but so far I'm at Shimuk we awesome. Not sure that that's exactly flowing, but I mean that's part of the process in terms of learning that phonetic spelling and learning how to get there. So. I think that this is a moment that we should celebrate. I think that the concerns should not be downplayed, because people need to understand as they navigate through their daily lives. But I do have the privilege of serving as the co-chair along with Hill Salem from Squamish and representatives from MST at the City of Vancouver's UNDRIP table. And this is part of moving forward in sort of a good way. And that creates questions. So I don't think the intention here is to sort of prolifically rename lots of streets. I think it is selectively done where it makes sense. I also thought it was quite interesting in the presentation because there's often a dialogue and a debate around do you learn from history? Do you erase it? Do you reconcile with it? How do you retain some of that and sort of where we come from to where we're aiming to go? And so I thought it was interesting that there were some name stamps that were profiled in the presentation that said that for a select number of those will be retained, and then the new Musqueam View name added alongside it. So I think that is also sort of thoughtful in terms of people being able to look at both and say, what's that about, right? And learning a little bit about the history. So I appreciate the speakers today and bringing those questions forward. And I, more than anything, appreciate the fact that we have the opportunity to support and move this work forward. And I will support it for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I also have a point of information through you, Mayor, to the city staff.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess, people are more using the cell phone more than the desktop, the keyboard there. So I wonder that, when people order food deliveries, maybe Ubers, using Google Maps, can they navigate through the cell phone?
Yes, so the app that I had mentioned through First Voices also supports that on the cell phone. And just as a point of information as well, Instacart uses Hunkaminam language for their deliveries.
Okay, thanks. So are we gonna tell communicate to the residents about the app so they can download that?
We can put that on the website, yes.
That'd be great. And also that, when people using Google Map, for instance, when they enter the Musqueam View, can they still navigate through the address?
I'm going to ask Tag to answer that question. He's online.
Thank you for the question. So yes, we've submitted a name change request to Google and to a number of other online services to address the changing of the name. So they would be made to comply with the Musqueam View street name at this point in time.
Okay, so from that perspective, basically there's the residents there can still use Musqueam View when they try to navigate. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
All right,
yeah.
Thanks for all the answers. So with that, I like to support this report. Really knowing what our Indigenous community, Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh has been through in the history. I think this is the least we can do for them. And also that demonstrates, again, we are taking real actions in terms of the truth and the reconciliation. I think so many people are just talking about that, but actually City of Vancouver is, taking real actions for the truth and the reconciliation. So with that, I think I'm really proud of City making that decision today. as I always think that if we forget what happened in the past, there will be no future for our new generations. So with that, I'm gonna 100% support this report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to staff for entertaining some of the questions I had, and I'll just make some brief remarks with respect to the overall report and recommendations. I'm going to start by echoing comments from Councillor Kirby-Young, because similarly, I was observing the conversation around change, and we've had this on a number of topics in the city, whether it be housing, culture, and so. No surprise to me and probably to others that people have questions about how is this going to work in terms of day-to-day life. And those are valid questions, and just acknowledging those and those of our speakers, and which is why I asked the question about sort of emergency services and life and limb, and people wanting to know they're going to be able to get help. But I was reflecting today on this conversation in the context of some work that I did and when I served on the school board. And when I was on the school board, the board supported the renaming of Sir William Macdonald Elementary in East Vancouver to Achpe Elementary. And we had a fantastic celebration there. And then more recently, the dual name of Crosstown Elementary. And I think when we start to step back and look at our history and collective history, I know that people are increasingly, and I see people in terms of maybe European descent, are concerned about erasure. But when we look at our shared collective history of engaging with Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, with First Nations in our city, in our province, in our country, there is erasure. I think we really need to go back and look at the history of residential schools. We have to go back and look at the 60s scoop. And so the simple ask and the gifting of a name to address the inherent behavior and actions of Joseph Tretch, but to gift a name for the visibility and recognition of Musqueam Nation and other First Nations is really a small thing being asked here. And yes, it's going to take all of us some time to adjust to pronunciation, to the change. But I think this is a really important step as a city that we're taking. And it's not going to erase the past. It's not going to change the past, but it is about going forward and working together. And I want to reflect that I am incredibly supportive of this, and appreciate all the work, because I actually had a number of residents asking me over and over.
Sorry, Councillor, we're way over time.
I get 5 minutes. Am I over 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, for questions. Sorry.
Sorry.
Just to say, I support the motion.
It was very important. I gave you another 45 seconds there, so I.
Thank you, Mayor.
No one else take that up, though. Okay, please. Thank you, Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, staff, for the report and for the work that has gone into this initiative, and which I will support. But I did want to, through you, Chair, to ask questions. I'm not sure if our legal team are on the line, but the question was repeatedly asked about legal names, and having filled out probably hundreds, if not thousands, of forms in my life where my address is required. I'm just wondering if the Musqueam View would be considered a legal name on a document. Let's say a small law office, for example, had required information for a will or another legal document. Would Musqueam View be a valid name for the street, or would it come up as a contested use if that was not legal? That might be a question for a city manager, or if we don't have our legal.
Legal is online. Grant is online to answer
Sorry,
that.
Thank you.
It's Grant Murray, one of the assistant directors with the law branch. My understanding is that we're renaming the legal name of it will become not Musqueam View, but Musqueam View in the indigenous language, and that's the legal name. It is nothing other than that.
Okay.
So if you are going to write the legal name of the street, you would have to use the language that is indicated in the maps in the report.
Okay. And from what I hear, we're asking people to use an app, but this would be something we would ask of anybody entering the name of the street that has, again, a sort of codified or an actual usage that would be for the street. So, that's good to know. I think we'll have to do as much communication as possible with stakeholders, including the legal community as well about that. Just again, I don't want anybody to have accidentally not be able to have an action on their behalf taken and be contested because of the actual use of the name. But again, it's just an interesting point that was drawn out of the comments from our speakers today. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maloney.
I'll be voting in support of these recommendations to rename Trutch Street to Musqueam Awesome Street, which I practiced with a little bit of help from a recording on the website. I hope I didn't do too badly. It sounds as though the practical aspects of this are being worked through and continue to be worked through. And I really want to thank the Musqueam people and especially staff and other people involved in making this happen. So I will be very enthusiastically voting in support of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you. I just also want to be clear that I'm very supportive of this move. And I think I understand the importance to the Musqueam people of, really getting the name of this colonial figure that did a lot of harm to Indigenous communities in our region off of one of our city streets. So I'm supportive of that. And I think we're taking a balanced approach where we're elevating the Hunkaminam name prominently, but we're also having an English name for practical reasons for some of us who are still learning, and I'm one of those people. And I just want to also share that I downloaded the First Voices app that was mentioned, thanks to my colleague here, Councillor Orr, who pointed me in the right direction as well. And it's very easy to use, and I've already added the keyboard to my phone, and I already sent out a tweet with some of the characters in it. If you want to download the app, you can check that out on X. So, we're all learning, and I think we can all get on board with this and be proud of the decision we're making here today. So thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. I did see absolutely. Did you want to do it? We're going to make an exception here. Do you want to do it before the vote or after the vote? After the vote? Okay. Seeing there are no other speakers in the queue, I'm now going to call a vote. If we can please go to the voting panel. And Councillor Fry? Oh, perfect. And that passes unanimously. So congratulations. Now, sorry, Chief, you wanted to say a few words?
I won't take up much of your time. I want to just acknowledge and thank, and I heard the residents, and I seen the picture being circulated with my beautiful face on there. Not like Trutch saying that we're all ugly. I think we got some pretty good looking people in Musqueam. But I want to thank Councillor Fry for even reminding myself, it's been so long, and then the residents are there. And Councillor, about talking about residential school. That's what I wanted to close with. And the residents were there. I heard some of the comments that were made. When we first started down this process, we asked our language department to come out with something that's very simple, because like I said at the beginning of the comments, that I'm learning. And to be able to pronounce the names and do that. And I'm confident we'll get there. The colonial system forced us to speak English and took our language away. And I have all the confidence in the world that the people that speak English will walk with our staff to learn the other way. The only thing is we won't punish them if they can't speak it. We won't put them in corners and punish them for not being able to speak our language. That's the difference. We will make sure that we can work along, and we invite each and every one of the residents to come down and learn. And let's be part of the solution. Like I'm hopeful that the residents' children and grandchildren will be able to learn along with us. That's only comments that I said, and thank each and every one of you. Haichka.
Thank you very much. So with that, can we take a 5-minute recess? Okay, welcome back, everyone. I see we have quorum here. As soon as Councillor Klassen sits down, Councillor Klassen. Awesome, thank you. Okay, the next item on the docket is supporting development viability and unlocking new housing supply. Now, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Seeing no one declaring a conflict of interest, we're going to move on. Now, we do have team members here to present this item.
So Mayor, Councilor, good morning. I'm just going to provide a really quick kind of opening piece here before turning it over to Josh and the team on this item. First of all, I want to acknowledge the work that our staff in planning and finance in particular have done on this report, as well as all the input that we've received from our representatives of the development industry. We've heard really clearly, of course, from this council, in fact, all levels of government on the imperative to deliver new housing to meet both population growth and address affordability concerns. In Canada, our model is that the vast majority of that housing is produced through private investment.
Brief. We can
Could someone just go ask folks to move away?
If we can just get them to move away from the door. Or just give us a moment. Oh, I see. Councillor Fry is part of the problem there. Councillor Fry, do you want to come back in the chamber? Oh, Councillor Dominato. Sorry, give me 1 sec. All right, why don't we try that again?
Thanks, Mayor. So quick recap, need housing, private investment, that's where we're at.
Why did you just say that the first time?
So the conditions right now are challenging. Obviously, for housing to be delivered by private investors, there need to be economic conditions that justify that investment. And what we're seeing right now, both in terms of cost and buyers or renters' ability to pay, those conditions are really challenging the viability of new construction. Multiple factors, but ultimately the bottom line is a risk to the continued delivery of new housing. Most of those factors, Council, as you know, are outside the city's control. Although the process for development, which is within the city's domain, does impose costs. And I think that's what we've been focused on here. Also note that the majority of those expenditures that we impose as a city are upfront. So at the start of a project, in some cases many years before the investors are actually accruing any revenue. So there's been a lot of focus on the cost of development. I would say probably disproportionately so by senior government, but this is clearly a matter within our domain. The team has done a significant amount of work to identify opportunities to mitigate those costs, to enable development without fundamentally undermining the city's capacity to deliver the infrastructure that we need to deliver to enable growth, and have looked for options that will strike that balance. And provide an environment that will continue to support delivery of new housing. One of the things, of course, Council, that you'll be, I know, acutely aware of is the large number of new units that you're approving from a land use perspective through rezonings. And I think what we're trying to do here is ensure that there's an economic environment in Vancouver that will ensure that those new units that you've approved, that provide land use approvals for, will actually get built. That's what the intent of the report is here today. And with that, I'll hand it to Josh.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability, and I'm looking forward to walking Council through our presentation on supporting development viability and unlocking new housing supply. Next. This is the agenda I'll walk through today. I will speak to the context of these recommendations, including the question, why address development viability. I'll walk through the suite of recommendations and actions on the screen. And finally, financial implications of the recommendations, specifically around the proposed deferral program. Next. So before detailing our recommendations for action for Council's consideration, I will spend a bit of time speaking to some of the factors that led us to the situation we have today, as that history is instructive to what we are focused on in these recommendations, as well as what we might want to take action on as we move forward. Vancouver's story has been heavily influenced by events that placed our city on the global stage. Matched with an effort to urbanize our downtown core and surrounding area, this led to Vancouver becoming a magnet for investment and migration. We are a high demand location. Next. For a long period post-Expo, ownership homes, especially condos, led the housing market. The rental market was served largely by secondary rental markets, investors and owners purchasing and renting out their unit. More recently, the proportion of ownership to rental construction has flipped, as demonstrated in the graph here, with less ownership as a proportion and an increase in purpose-built rental. Next. Much of our condo inventory came in the form of large, dense towers. Condos rely upon a pool of pre-construction purchases to secure financing. At its essence, crowdsourcing financing. Like in most markets, pre-sales rely upon pools of investment-focused buyers. Sales closer to the point of occupancy tend to shift more towards owner-occupiers. Vancouver was one of the most attractive locations in the world for condo investment. Okay, next. Post-1986 and 2010 to very recently, there have been moments of rapid price appreciation. This is due to periods of exceptionally high demand factors, including investment attractiveness, increasing migration, and low interest rate environments. Meanwhile, this high demand was matched against relative scarce supply, heavily concentrated in a few locations. Notwithstanding the dozens of cranes dotting the downtown skyline, the majority of the geography of the city of Vancouver experienced far less growth. Where plans such as Canby Plan were created, the highest density opportunities were concentrated on arterial streets, to the exclusion of many blocks in surrounding areas. This related not only to general housing supply scarcity, but in land markets. This created relatively few opportunities for high density development, relatively few sellers matched against a high number of buyers. This meant acute land value escalation in those locations. This is why today under Vancouver Plan, we are pursuing and implementing a far more distributed growth model through initiatives such as villages, neighborhood centers, transit-oriented areas, and plans with abundant opportunity on and off arterial, such as Broadway Plan and the draft Rupert Renfrew Plan. In addition to purchase price increases, rent has had continued upward pressure for more than 30 years. Vacancy, considered healthy and balanced at around 3 to 4%, has only hovered above or below 1%, effectively no vacancy. This is indicative of structural undersupply. Next. These factors have led to housing prices detaching from the economy and incomes in the city and the region. Vancouver has the worst price-to-income ratio on the continent. A ratio of 5-to-1 price-to-income ratio is considered severely unaffordable. Metro Vancouver sits at 13-to-1 price-to-income ratio. Next. All factors of cost have risen considerably over time, including land cost I alluded to, construction costs, financing costs, and the cost of infrastructure to support growth, which has factored into increases in the development charge rates. Increases on various policy expectations and obligations have contributed to cost. And the layered, complex regulatory environment, a negotiation-focused planning approach, increased processing timelines, and therefore carrying costs for development over a long period of time, though we are heavily focused on reducing those times across the board. Next. Recently, investor pools supporting pre-sales of condo have dramatically decreased. Investment relied on anticipation of continued appreciation, which held true for a long period of time, It may not be anticipated by investors currently. It may return. However, in the short term, pre-sales supported by investors have dramatically dropped off, making it challenging for many projects, especially large ones, to obtain financing to proceed. Next. In a post-COVID environment, construction costs in particular has escalated at unsustainable rates. In the period from 2017 to 2022, median incomes in Vancouver rose 23%. From 2017 to today, average apartment rents rose 42%. In East Vancouver, for example, home sales price rose 18% and have dropped as of late. General consumer inflation tracked very closely to median income at 23%. However, construction inflation was 68%. A large proportion of that increased post-COVID. It is easy to see from this graph, notwithstanding all other cost increases, in isolating construction inflation alone, compared to rents or prices, that profitability shrinks and viability is under huge pressure. Next. There are a number of additional market indicators. Starts have increased in recent years due largely to supporting and enabling a return to purpose-built rentals, while condo starts have continued to decline. Those starts are on a recent modest decline compared to last year in Vancouver, the Lower Mainland, and across BC, according to CMHC. The decline has not been as dramatic as in Ontario, for example. Nevertheless, starts are measured when projects reach above-grade construction and are reflective of decisions and conditions up to a couple years ago. Year-to-date 2025, development permit volumes are down. There's a slowdown in new applications and some pausing or holding of in-process applications. Building permits in 2024 were down about 17% or 1,000 units compared to 2023, driven largely by a drop in strata ownership permits. Though overall, we're still at the level with 2022 building permits. The addition of multiplexes should aid with some recovery of building permits for ownership in 2025. Another indicator is land transactions. At present, the volume of land transactions for residential development are down, according to Colliers Canada. As well, distressed sales or court-ordered sales are up in volume recently across Metro Vancouver, also according to Colliers National Land Report. Rezoning volume, as City Manager Mokri alluded to, is high to secure approvals to be ready for development, though at least a quarter of the volume is attributed to previously approved projects being revisited with revised schemes because of viability concerns. Overall, we have made huge strides in housing, but further progress is imperiled if we don't take action. Next. Beyond viability issues affecting whether projects proceed or not, these pressures also show up in other ways that matter. An important impact has to do with community amenity contributions. As part of rezoning and in development, we hope and expect for development to help contribute to infrastructure and community amenities. This is based on land lift calculation. We take the land value pre-rezoning, and then calculate land value post-rezoning at higher density. The city seeks to capture 75% of land lift value to contribute towards public benefits such as non-market housing, childcare spaces, public spaces, cultural facilities, and other amenities. However, high costs and softening prices as principal inputs into land lift calculation yield lower community amenity contribution valuations. To aid in viability, we are seeing projects new and revised seeking higher density and height. However, chasing viability with increased density and height alone has limitations. In fact, larger projects can present increased costs and certainly increased risks. Actions such as those presented here provide other opportunities to improve viability, which helps development economics and can help us preserve valued public benefits in the CAC process. Next. So, in seeing how these factors have led to a huge amount of stress on project viability, working with stakeholders, we identified a number of areas of exploration. Factors including form of development, specifically the efficiency of building form and tower floor plate size, finance, timing of payment of development charges, and cash community amenity contributions, as well as policy and process impacts, with a goal to manage costs and risks and increase certainty. We recognize that this was important to zero in on what we could do now that would have impact, understanding that this is and must only be the beginning of a sustained effort and discipline in being more cost conscious in our policies, regulations, process, and development obligations. So these actions you will see here today are multifaceted and are of a quick win or early action variety. None in their own right are a silver bullet, but cumulatively will have a positive and material impact on viability while ensuring we can continue to deliver housing, its supporting infrastructure, and amenity. Next. So next I'll talk about the recommendation for development cost levy, or DCL, deferral. Next. There were a number of principles that guided the DCL deferral framework proposed. The deferral framework needed to balance the goal of advancing development to meet our housing goals, but also to support the delivery of infrastructure to support new housing. The city collects City of Vancouver DCLs as well as development cost charges, or DCCs, from Metro and TransLink. For administrative simplicity, it's important to align deferral frameworks. The approach for DCL deferral also applies to Metro DCC collection and timing within the parameters of the Local Government Act's available payment installment approach. Applying the deferral both to City DCL and Metro DCCs increases the program's overall impact. Any deferral framework should be easy to understand and implement, both on the applicant and the city's side. While not in place yet, amenity cost charges, or ACCs, will be introduced as part of the 2026 financing framework for growth in Q2 2026. And it's envisioned that the recommended deferral framework will apply as well to ACCs. Next. Currently, DCLs are paid in full prior to initial building permit issuance. The recommendation is to offer DCL deferrals to projects that with total DCLs above $500,000. The reason for this threshold is to support larger apartment developments that require more support, benefit more from deferrals due to longer development and construction timelines, and are critical to meet our housing targets. Offering DCLs deferrals to all projects, including smaller and quicker to market projects, would be administratively challenging. Following the existing deferrals for Metro and TransLink DCCs, the deferral is paid over 3 equal installments. Usually for large projects, there are multiple building permits from initial shoring to full construction. Notably, we are enabling first payment made prior to full construction building permit rather than initial BP issuance, with remaining payments made annually over the next 2 years. Any deferred payments cannot exceed occupancy. In total, applicants could defer payments up to 3.5 years compared to the current approach. The DCL rates are locked in at the time of initial payment and are interest-free, and any deferred payments are secured through either a surety bond or a letter of credit. Next. While the recommended deferral approach can be implemented immediately, staff will continue to explore longer-term options for DCL payment out to occupancy and/or other optimized payment structures. The province is currently exploring regulation and legislative changes to deferrals. Once these changes have been made, staff will explore further analysis on financial implications to the city and report back to council. Next slide. So I'll talk next about the proposed CAC deferral for cash CACs. Next slide. The city currently has a CAC deferral for cash contributions above $20 million with associated interest and security requirements. The recommendation is to lower the threshold for cash CAC deferrals to above $5 million, lower the interest by 2%, prime plus 1%, and further expand the use of surety bonds, allowing the first $10 million of the deferred amount to be fully secured by surety bond. More on surety bonds in a moment. This would be applicable to new and in-stream applications, as well as those that have been not approved but not enacted. Next slide. Next, I'll talk about development contributions. The city's annual inflationary adjustment framework is applied to preset development contributions, DCLs, CAC targets, and density bonusing, and is used to keep pace with increased cost of providing growth supporting infrastructure and amenities. In 2024, Council deferred the 5.7% adjustment to September 30th, 2025. Additionally, the 2025 inflationary adjustment is calculated to increase rates by a further 3.2%. Staff are recommending not applying the 2025 inflationary adjustment of 3.2% due to current challenging market conditions, as well as considering next year's financing growth update that will recalibrate all rates. Staff also recommend not applying the deferred 2024 inflationary adjustment of 5.7% to CAC targets and density bonusing. CAC targets and density bonus contributions are set based on the value of additional density. However, an external review of market conditions found that values of additional density have not increased since these rates were recalibrated in 2023. The 2024 inflationary adjustment will still apply to DCLs, as those rates are set to recover the costs of growth supporting capital programs, which have seen cost increases. Next, I'll talk about broadening the use of surety bonds. Next. The city currently accepts surety bonds as a form of security, but in limited scenarios for obligations above $20 million. Most of the time, letters of credit are used. However, these instruments require significant capital to be tied up as collateral. Surety bonds involve an insurance company that guarantees the obligation of the developer to the city. These are less capital-intensive instruments compared to letters of credit, which require outlaying and holding cash in account as security. Surety bonds free up cash for more productive purposes, such as equity for further housing development. In addition to surety bonds being used for DCL and cash CAC deferrals, the city is also recommending using surety bonds to secure in-kind amenities and infrastructure obligations with an aggregate value per project of over $5 million and with a minimum $3 million for infrastructure obligations. Note that certain critical infrastructure obligations may not be eligible. Next, I'll talk about an update on development-related policy reviews. The final area of action relates to these policies that don't require council approval, and I'll focus on specifically Director of Planning guidance on tower floor plate size. Our success in urban design, especially in dense urban contexts, has a lot to do with thoughtful and well-tested concepts of point tower form intensification, access to sunlight, openness to sky, and high-quality public space. Measures such as limitations of tower floor plates and tower separation are an important facet of this practice. However, increased pressure due to building code, energy code, and other factors have meant that tower floor plates are not as efficient as they were a generation ago. Guidance around tower floor plates is largely emanated from the standard 6,500 square foot residential floor plate. As a principle, we want to maintain slender towers, but also recognize that different site conditions can enable modestly increased floor plates without sacrificing urban design goals. Next. On standard potential multi-tower city blocks, larger sites can facilitate modestly increased tower floor plates. For example, up to 7,200 square feet while maintaining a standard 80-foot tower separation, while very tight sites are more constrained. 7,200 square feet compared to 6,500 square feet adds about 4 feet by 4 feet to the dimensions of the tower, while across the entire floor area significantly improves efficiency and can add an additional 2-bedroom unit to each and every floor, materially improving viability. Next slide. On large sites, we can be more flexible, often achieving more than minimum tower separation, which can enable more flexibility of floor plate based on principles rather than a specific number. One example of a large site multi-phase project, which includes tall towers, is on the screen. Tall towers also require more structure and elevator cores. As such, to maintain reasonable tower efficiency, tall buildings require larger floor plates. In these instances, taller towers are usually on larger sites, so we can enable more flexibility to improve efficiency and viability while reinforcing strong urban design principle. Some of our tallest towers, the tallest being Shangri-La, has an 11,000 square foot floor plate, even though it appears as slender due to its design and proportions. We have already released a bulletin to outline this guidance, which will provide better clarity on our approach to managing tower floor plates and speed up approvals. Next. In addition, we are actively looking at other policy and process changes, both small or tactical, as well as those that are sweeping and structural to improve outcomes, but also make our regulatory environment clearer, simpler, smoother, faster, and ultimately less costly. Next. Finally, I will highlight the financial implications of the recommendations. Next. The recommended DCL deferral will have an impact on the city's capital plan. However, this can be mitigated through interim financing over a 10-year period. The CAC cash deferral will delay up to $270 million from rezonings not yet enacted, then stabilize. However, it's important to note that unlike forecast DCLs, cash CACs are not incorporated into a capital plan until paid. The changes to the inflationary adjustments is anticipated to have a $6 million impact. For these financial estimates, it's important to note that these are the, quote, worst case scenario, assuming all projects are eligible to move forward. But equally is important to note that these are based on a forecast of development based on our pipeline. A proportion of these projects likely wouldn't proceed if there isn't a deferral offered alongside other measures to ease the cost pressures. Council, that concludes the staff presentation. And we have an array of staff from planning, finance, DBL, REFM, ACCS, engineering, and law to help answer questions. I would like to thank all those from across these departments, as well as UDI and industry members for their work, for their collaboration on helping bring forward what is in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. So Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can I move for a second round off the bat?
Sure. Councillor Meisner seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Great.
Thanks. Thanks very much to our Chief Planner for the report. I have several questions. My first one is that you had, I appreciate that we're now aligning with the Local Government Act, and you had indicated the province is also looking at changes, but that staff might seek additional changes to the Vancouver Charter. I'm wondering if one of the considerations that we're not able to do yet that I'm hearing from some folks is around payment at occupancy as opposed to phased payments, and I wonder if you can speak to that.
That certainly is one of the potential options out there. As you alluded to, the LGA outlines a requirement for a 3 installment payment program at building permit. That's why we aligned the DCL framework to that. But we expect that there might be changes that either enable more flexibility or mandate more directly when payments can and should be taken.
Okay, so just to be clear, if we are hearing some feedback that occupancy would be another lever or another benefit, if I can put it that way, to help get some of these projects built, we don't have the jurisdictional ability to do that at this point, correct?
We would likely seek charter changes of our own volition to implement that type of payment structure. But it's really important that we have the same payment structure for Metro DCCs, TransLink, and our own. Otherwise, there's major increased administrative burden and complexity.
Okay, so that's sort of outweighing not wanting to sort of have a different made in Vancouver only solution, but looking for actual alignment. Okay, great. My next question is really around this sort of intersection between the city's infrastructure gap, and it's identified that there would be a gap of $245 million in the next capital plan, potentially. Reduction in funding, depending on if people take up the deferrals. And in asking this question, because ironically, while it's getting more difficult to build the housing because of all the economic and construction costs, it's also getting more difficult for us to build the infrastructure. And so it's not just about supporting new, it's about renewing our aging infrastructure and replacement. So will we be able to, I know it references borrowing, but I'm wanting to be clear. Will we be able to continue, because we're already behind, our pace of infrastructure renewal? And is ours, in the next plan, can we expect a similar scale of capital plan that comes forward in the budget? And is the intention then that the city is just picking up the interest costs on that borrowing to enable that?
Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy and Treasury. To answer your question, first thing first, for the infrastructure and amenity renewal, the funding source from it is actually, from property tax and utility fees. So here, the deferral of DCL supposedly should not impact the renewal side. However, if on a continuous basis, we need to tap into our borrowing capacity to help finance the deferral of the DCL, then it will eat into the debt capacity for doing or catching up on the renewal. So that's my answer to your first question. The second one is also that when council look at how much growth that we need to support and how much, I would say, new amenities and also infrastructure that we need to build, every single new asset that is added onto our asset inventory, it increase the obligation in the future to renew. So that's something, a balancing act in terms of the level of service in order to support growth.
Okay, but just to be clear, like this is sort of ethereal. If the projects are not moving forward in our director of planning, and I'll keep this question for finance, but reference that development permit applications are down, building permit applications are down, land transaction volume is down. I'm hearing a lot of projects are just stalled. I was really noted today that in our agenda, we usually have a lot of referral reports to public hearing. We had 0 today, right? I know we had a lot last time, but we had 0. So I guess my question is that if we're not doing something from a finance perspective, we're not necessarily expecting to see this money come in the door anyway, because of the economic conditions. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. That's the reason why in the report, we actually said that the dollar value is just a forecast. If the development is really slowing down, the dollar impact will be lower, but the percentage is the 45% reduction.
Yeah, I'll just clarify, today is not a referral day on the agenda, but you can expect a fairly significant volume of applications, especially from Broadway Plan coming through the agenda from now through to next year. As City Manager Mokri highlighted, lots of developers are preparing for development, but we are hearing a lot of stress. It's showing up in the volumes, the number carrying through development permit and building permit, and we want to maintain the momentum and the progress we've made on housing.
Thank
We
you,
are
Josh.
at time,
That's
but
my
we do
time.
have a second round. Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, staff, for the presentation. My first question is around where are we expecting this to have the biggest impact? Is it on rental starts or strata or both? Just wanting to get a sense of where we think this will be beneficial.
It applies to both. Different types of development, strata and rental, have different economic profiles. I would suggest that the strata market is very stressed right now because of lack of pre-sales. But at the same time, rental projects have a much longer return, are more challenging to finance. So I would suggest it would have impact in equal measure for both types.
Mm-hmm. And in your opinion, I mean, from what you're hearing from developers, is this really around higher interest rates, or are these, I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of is if interest rates go back down, then are these policy changes necessary?
We have had in recent years an elevated interest rate market. I think it's one amongst many factors on the demand side, especially for strata. For rental borrowing, it can have high borrowing costs related to development. Most rental developments we've seen come through, a very high proportion of them have relied on low interest financing from CMHC.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, understand. Yeah, I'm aware of that as well. On the changes, so another question is, if we were to make changes to these policies, what would be your prediction for housing supply, say 5 years from now?
I don't have a crystal ball. What I would say is, kind kind of reemphasize what I said before, that any one of these measures individually have an incremental impact. The purpose of bringing a suite of them today and to signal that we're continuing the effort is that we need to stack efforts and to make sure that they have material impact. I think in the absence of action on those measures within our control, as well as efforts from provincial governments to invest in growth enabling infrastructure, for federal governments to use their financial levers and capacity, we would be under extreme strain. My worry is that if the only reason that projects become viable is because we've not built anything and prices have jumped because of scarcity, then we will have accomplished nothing. This is why we need to begin to look at the cost side, but also acknowledging that we don't control all those variables from the City of Vancouver itself, but we want to focus on those measures for which we do have control.
Understand. Okay, thanks for that. On the deferral of DCLs, am I correct in presuming that this is done in other cities in the Lower Mainland that are subject to the local government act?
Yes, in some ways. What I also will add is that I would suggest that best practice across the country as well is to align payment schedule closer to revenue realization. We demand payment at a time where projects are at their highest risk and furthest away from revenue realization. There is a transition period to manage financially in terms of its impact to it, but I think is part of a good principle to align with the idea that we should take payment where it's most viable as part of the economics and cash flow of development projects.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, and then my last question for now was around the TransLink Works Yard. I noted that in the report. I'm just wondering what the impact of eliminating that DCL would be, if I'm correct in understanding that's what's being proposed by staff.
It will help offset the development cost levy for TransLink in the tune of $7 to $9 million, roughly.
Mm-hmm. And why is this in the report? I'm just curious. It seems like an odd thing to kind of add in there.
So basically working with engineering and also PDS, the understanding is that for this kind of transit center, it is really critical to form part of the whole transportation network, and it doesn't really create a lot of growth costs. That's the reason why it is the right thing to do. And we have done it before for, say, art galleries and stuff. We typically give them a nominal rate as well. So this is just in line with other institutional use.
Okay. Okay, so when you say it's an infrastructure piece, is that what you're saying? There's not additional infrastructure costs associated with this new transit center? May run out of time, so.
Yeah, Councillor, it's Chris Clibben, Planning Department. This is essentially a works yard. It's not a lot different than a works yard the city would build. And in terms of the growth cost implications, it'd be similar to what we offer ourselves in terms of works yards, which is a reduced rate of $10 per building permit. So we're just pushing out this reduced rate category for the TransLink public bus works yard.
Okay, amount of time.
Thanks. I let you go a little over because we have a second round. The flow. Great. Councillor Dominato, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation today. Just a couple of questions. I want to circle back on the subject of the infrastructure deficit and the impacts on the capital plan, particularly as we go into the latter part of this year and we start to explore that. Can you just comment on, Councillor Kirby-Young referenced the $240 million, but I'm just curious, in practical terms, when we go to build out a new capital plan for your capital plan, are we going to be in a position where it won't be anywhere near what it is currently, or is that where the bridge funding comes in? Because I think about our assets and what's necessary, and I would suspect we need as much money in our capital plan, if not more, for the future. And so can you just give us a sense, in a practical sense, of what we're looking at? Are we going to have a smaller capital plan potentially, or I know it's a council decision ultimately how much we want to put into that and invest, but could you just comment on that, Grace?
Right. Right now, as I mentioned, the $245 million before any mitigation or interim financing, that's just a forecast based on the last 5 years. And going back to what Josh has been saying, development activities is coming down. So the actual impact may not be $245 million. And what we look at is that assuming that that stay on and the impact is indeed that amount, we can actually find an interim financing in the tune of $175 million to really spread out the impact, from 4 years to 10 years. So the impact is smaller. The other thing that we need to maybe consider is also that when the development activities maybe slow down a bit and the impact is lower. So basically the need for growth, asset, infrastructure, and amenities will also, I would say slow down as well. So the true implication may not be as bad, but I do want to say that council will need to make some trade-off decisions at the time, and there are as part of developing the capital plan. So the most critical thing is that for the infrastructure, that are the must-dos in order to support housing delivery, which is the core goal, then council has the ability to allocate more development contributions towards like growth enabling infrastructure, be it water, sewer, street, that kind of thing. It's totally within council's, your jurisdiction and your authority, and you don't need to decide it right now because that will always be part of the strategy coming back to council when you develop the next 4-year plan.
So does that mean, though, potentially a smaller capital plan overall, potentially, and also smaller investment in replacement of existing assets, so not growth related?
It will not, because the renewal side, as I mentioned before, the funding source is really property tax and utility fees. This, the implication as a result of the DCL deferral, should council approve, is really impacting the growth side. So the renewal, we will continue for sure.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then I have one more finance question, and it follows on a couple of more smaller builders who do some of the smaller multi-unit developments, or asking about the surety bonds, in particular, the threshold of the possibility of going from a 5 million threshold down to a 1 million threshold, just based on the value of the projects and whether we could have like that tiered by project value. And again, I think it's because of the scale of projects they're doing. And I'm just wondering, is that feasible? And so just, if you could just comment on that.
Right. So as mentioned in the report, getting into the use of surety bond as financial security is relatively new for the city of Vancouver. That is also the reason why I would say 1 or 2 years ago, when we first started looking into this, as well as some of the deferrals of this cash CAC, the Risk Management Committee actually approved a financial limit to limit the use of surety bond as well as deferral of CACs up to 15% of the city's financial asset. So that amount of in 2025 is equivalent to roughly $690 million. So, but I would say $200 and somewhat million already kind of used up. Right now, we're at $480 million room. So to answer your question, if we lower the threshold, meaning that more projects are eligible for that, it will reach their limit at a much faster pace. So I guess the question is really about a trade-off and really about how do we optimize the use of that room to support and move forward some of the, whatever projects that council and staff believe it will contribute more to housing delivery.
Okay, I have one more question, but I'll come back on the queue just in that same subject. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. I want to ask a little bit about the interest that we won't be collecting. I'm going to just read from page 9 of this report. As the deferral program is proposed to be interest-free, the cost escalation associated with deferring capital works, as well as interest costs associated with interim financing, will have to be accommodated in future DCL programs, which seems somewhat vague, but also, does this then constitute as a grant where we're covering the sort of interest costs?
It is not a grant. The reason being DCL rates are set considering the development viability. So you cannot charge more DCL into the future only because there's an interest cost to it, right? So whatever interest or DCL rate that you're charging within the program, meaning that we will need to carve out a portion of it to repay the interest cost and also accommodate for the cost escalation because of the deferral of some of the infrastructure project. So meaning that going forward, even assuming that council is still approving a certain rate, the overall DCL envelope that is coming to the city is remain the same, but the amount of that envelope needs to go back to repay the interest cost and some of the cost escalation, meaning that the number of projects that you may be able to do will be smaller. So that is what we are trying to say. So the interest cost is not going to be borne by taxpayers as part of a tax increase. It's not going to.
So it's not. So what do we anticipate? Kind of, do we have a ballpark of what our threshold for tolerance of interest rates that we're going to absorb would be, or interest amounts that we would absorb?
Well, right now, assuming that, as we suggested, it's going to be a 10-year kind of borrowing kind of horizon. So roughly just, I would say, call it 4% plus or minus on an annual basis. So 4% on a $175 million, that would be the annual interest rate that we're talking about.
Right, which is not nothing, and that would
Not
normally,
nothing.
that would normally be, in any other circumstances, if we were asking for that money,
Yeah.
council, it would be a 2/3 majority grant kind of consideration, but you're saying
It's not a grant.
it doesn't even remotely qualify as a grant?
No, it's
Or
not.
require that same threshold of council to support?
Yeah, because that is really not a grant, because it's not the money going to the developers or projects. It's really about in the future, within the DCL that we're going to collect, how much needs to go to us paying back the interest costs, and then how much is going to be accommodating the cost escalation as a result of the deferral of some of the infrastructure as a result of the reduction of DCL receipts.
And so just for further clarity, you're saying there's no ability for us to collect that interest as part of the deferral?
The proposal here is that for DCL deferral, we are not charging interest. However, as you can see in the report, the CAC cash deferral, we are indeed charging interest. That is prime plus 1%.
Right, but there's no option for us to do that on the DCL legally, is that?
Should council want to charge interest, I think council, you can raise, sorry.
Chris Clibben, Planning Department. We're trying to align with the LGA and the Metro and TransLink frameworks, which also don't charge interest on the DCC payments. So it's interest-free.
Okay, I didn't realize that that was also the case with their full, okay, thank you for that. That's good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So before I start, I'm just looking at the time. Can I move a motion to extend this meeting to finish all the questions?
Just looking at it, it'd be 10, 20, 30, that could be 40 to 50 minutes, just, so that will bump, like we have in camera at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, so I'll withdraw. Yeah, well, there's no second there, so I don't need to withdraw. Okay, perfect, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll ask my question here. So first questions, I heard very positive feedback from the large developers, but for the smaller, medium-sized developers, which they also develop a lot of housings, they think is not enough. So can you comment on that? So what kind of engagement we have done with the small developers?
Yeah, certainly we hope to support small developments and developers in multiple ways. In the case of this program, specifically around deferrals, part of the reason why we targeted it towards large development is because the actual cost is quite a bit higher. Usually there's often more development, offsite conditions triggered with larger development, and also the time scale of development is longer. So deferral programs have larger impact than smaller projects that are quicker to market. That said, of course, we want to find as many levers as possible to support a small development and small developers, and we'll continue with further efforts to find what those opportunities are from a process, regulatory, and policy point of view.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Other questions, I saw for the DCL installments, so we are only doing that for over $500,000, but I believe for the local government acts, it says $50,000, is that right? Can you confirm?
Chris Clibben, yep, that's correct. There's a lower threshold in the LGA. Vancouver is deliberately going for a higher threshold because we are targeting larger projects. So projects with a cumulative value over 500,000 would target projects that are basically 3-4 stories and above. So all of the detached houses, duplexes, multiplexes, low-density townhouses would not likely be eligible. It's the multifamily projects that deliver housing towards our provincially mandated housing targets is what we're targeting. Metro and TransLink have lower thresholds, but for Vancouver, the bulk of the benefit we want to offer is to larger projects and not burden staff with all of the smaller low-density projects.
Okay, so I guess staff will do an evaluation when we implement this to see how the market reacts, and there might be some opportunity we can adjust or accommodate more smaller developers.
Correct, yeah. We'll be learning the first year as this if it gets implemented.
Okay, thank you. Other question about this TransLink work yard. So that's the cost. Actually, we are taking the burden from the province. So would you consider this as a downloaded cost from the province?
Well, no, it's not. TransLink is delivering significant infrastructure in the city by delivering this public bus facility. My understanding is there are some benefits, co-benefits to the city in terms of some infrastructure being delivered by TransLink that the city will benefit from. But no, we wouldn't. We're just aligning what the growth-related impacts related to a works yard would be, both for a TransLink facility or if the city was building the works yard itself.
Okay, thank you. Next question to follow up Councilor Dominado's question regarding the surety bond. So have we done any evaluation to see if we reduce the threshold to $1 million? How soon we're gonna spend all this money or achieve the target?
Yeah, because right now, when we look at the existing room available for acceptance of surety bonds, and together with the CAC deferral, we only have $480 million room. So if we reduce the threshold from $5 million to $1 million, we will exponentially increase the number of projects eligible for that, and the room will be used up very soon. So again, as we mentioned before, staff, subject to council approval of this program, we will be looking at a framework to really try to, I would say, optimize the use of the room to enable the most housing delivery, if at all possible. So we will establish a framework so that we can actually select projects that will be eligible for this one.
Okay.
But again, as we mentioned before, we will be looking at it in a year's time, in 2 years' time to monitor. We may adjust the threshold going forward or not.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I'll come back later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And so with that, stop the timer here. Looking at the time, we have a minute and 30 seconds before it's noon. So I would suggest we recess. We'll meet in camera at 1 o'clock and then we'll be back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Hey, Connie, can you hear me?
Yes, Terry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Thank you.
Amazing.
On Councillor Bly, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah.
I'm totally fine.
Okay.
Obviously.
Councillor Bly,
Oh,
you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
Do you need a couple minutes or?
No, I'm
I
good.
just jumped right into it.
No, I know we still have lots to do, so I'm just going to jump right in. And I think I've been able to digest much of that report over the break. But just actually, it's to Josh White. You mentioned pricing jumps are a real risk. Yeah, I know we've got this amazing refrigeration thing happening over here. So. So there was a comment made, I think, answering Councillor Meisner's question, just around housing starts, increasing units, and I don't mean to quote you, but it stuck out to me. You said pricing jumps are a real risk. So the question I really have is, what indicators will be used to track whether these changes are having the desired impact on housing starts, and how regularly will we know about those updates? We need a microphone.
Oh, yes. So I think we will incorporate, as part of our housing monitoring report, which we do regularly with council, either through memo or the annual report we do on our housing metrics. That's where we track the full array of kind of housing factors and what some of the influences are that we're observing that influence those starts, building permits, development permits. So I think we would dovetail in with our current monitoring and reporting processes and have an eye towards what we're hearing about the utility of those deferrals from industry members and continue to track that on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you. One other follow-up was just related to the CMHC reported that housing starts were down in Metro Vancouver by 48%. And then in Vancouver, year over year, I think May 2025 is down 10%. What's your take on that as it pertains to the suggested or the proposed changes in the programs today, and our ability to sort of have a material impact on stabilizing some of that?
Sure, yeah, I can't speak to or cite the CMHC numbers relative to Metro Vancouver. Necessarily, we typically track City of Vancouver data, both development permits, building permit issuance, as well as we utilize CMHC to track City of Vancouver starts. I will suggest that, you know, they are of late dropping off. Starts are tailing off to some degree within the City of Vancouver, but it has been after a period where we have increased the number of starts relative to the 10-year average. And as I alluded to, that's largely attributable to the increase in rental development. But also, those starts are when development reaches at-grade construction. It's largely reflective of conditions and decisions several years back. So that's why we track multiple different types of measures. We look at applications coming in, discussions that we're having, economic testing that's occurring on live projects relative to public benefits. And we weigh all those different factors in understanding where the market is, where it might want to go, where it might be, and how that will influence being able to reach our housing targets.
Okay, last question is, when we see vacancy rates improving, meaning more product is coming online, is there a time frame that we would attribute to that in the City of Vancouver? Meaning policy changes and or approvals at, say, a public hearing versus units actually to completion and coming online? Is there a window of time that you would attribute that to?
Yeah, the challenge with housing markets, especially at the scale of development we have, is there's time lag factors for sure. So a lot of the units coming on the market now were approvals, you know, starts a couple years ago, approvals several years before that, and are the result of policy before that. So, you know, things like vacancy rate are definitely a reflection of kind of both demand factors, things like immigration policy, matched against the increase in supply we're seeing coming to market now. Those modest increases in vacancy are definitely positive and definitely are reflective of a lot of concerted effort over many years, especially to boost purpose-built rental. But measures we're taking now will take several years to kind of show up and flow through in our data.
Yeah, okay, thank
Okay,
you. I
great.
think that's.
And we're at time. I'm letting everyone go a little over because we have a second round. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a few quick questions around how this policy has just been vetted with industry. And before I ask that question, do we have any other jurisdictions that we know of that are currently applying some of these policies and plans?
Do you know some of the jurisdictions again? There are some sorry. Yeah, we understand that other municipalities are looking at payment deferrals. Other municipalities certainly are looking at things like reducing density bonus rates, reducing DCL rates. Municipalities are looking at different tactics, some of which have to do with payment deferral. Everyone is understanding that there's strain and pressure and are looking at what measures are best to take in their circumstances.
Sounds like we're leading the way there. That's fine. Do you have any specific industry feedback from developers from the consultations that you may have had with them? And were there any modeling or financial scenarios that were tested to validate what the expected uptake or benefits would be of this?
Yes, certainly. So we have I would say the conversation really started in earnest last year with our liaison committee that we hold quarterly with UDI and industry members, where we at the outset of every meeting talk about market conditions, and then generally the city provides a lot of updates on different initiatives or policies or regulatory changes or process changes that are happening. Back to that point, we were already hearing a lot of strain and stress in the market, and that's when we committed to creating a working group amongst city staff and members of industry who are interested in engaging deeply. I characterized and highlighted sort of the categories of exploration we zeroed in on collectively to dive into, especially of the quick win variety, and we worked through that. And in doing so, we got some financial modeling from individual industry members that talked about what different levers to pull could have impact. And we also did our own economic testing internally to understand what the impacts of things like deferrals would be on development economics to inform this recommendation.
Thank you. So what kind of safeguards are we putting in place to just ensure that the projects benefit from the flexibility that we have with these policies, and making sure that things are advancing towards construction and not just, trying to simply secure rezonings or entitlements?
Yeah, we will monitor very closely, both in communication we have through our permitting processes. Industry members understanding that this work was underway happening has motivated and inspired a lot of interest. We've had a lot of questions about when it would be applicable, lots of people interested in taking advantage of it. And so that to us was a signal that we're on the right track and it will have impact, but we'll continue to monitor that through implementation.
Okay, good. And just basically on that kind of follow through, I'm assuming that there'll be that staff will track and report back and perhaps sort of give us indications of how effective this is working?
Absolutely, and also I would suggest that we can expect further action through ongoing initiatives or perhaps stage 2 type efforts on this work, where we can reflect on the measures we've taken to date, and we can expect perhaps more actions into the future.
Okay. Okay, thanks very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I think maybe Councillor Maloney hasn't had a first round. I'm just wondering, is that correct? I'm just wondering if you want to do first time.
Sorry, can you speak up, please?
I said, I'm just wondering, I don't think Councillor Maloney has had a first round of questions. I wonder if you want to do first round.
Yes, actually, thank you very much. Clerk, can we alter the, so Councillor Kirby-Young, then Dominic, perfect, awesome, thank you. Councillor Maloney, please go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. I just was interested in knowing with the surety bonds, can the insurance company delay and contest the payment more easily than the letters of credit?
The way that we call it is not a typical surety bond, is the pay-on-demand surety bond. And the way the template that our legal services and our the finance team working with the surety companies is that we mirror the wording very close to the letter of credit. So when we claim it, we don't need to, I would say, they cannot contest like whether there's a default or not because it's a pay on demand. However, the difference between a letter of credit and surety bond is that surety bond is paid for by an insurance company, and they do not have the money being held, at the insurance company from the developer. The letter of credit, they do have the money set aside, so that's the key difference. But in terms of the wording in the surety bond versus the letter of credit, we make it like almost like very one and the same, similar. It's pay on demand.
Okay. And what kind of signals will trigger pulling back on these kind of measures? Like what's it going to have to look like to reverse this kind of thing?
Our hope with this program would be that it could be a transition to a permanent state. I don't view things like deferrals as being sort of a temporary measure to pull back. The challenge in implementing them is short-term and in transition. Once we're into that sort of steady state of the payment happening in that, the cash flow will regularize and normalize. And as I suggested before, I think it is in line with best practice in terms of taking payment at a period of time where it makes more sense in terms of the cash flow of development and can certainly aid on a permanent basis project viability. So in that instance, I don't suggest we maybe should pull back. We should consider this potentially a permanent measure. On things like surety bonds, it's a relatively new tool for the city of Vancouver, but it is becoming more and more common across the country. I have a lot of experience with it working at the city of Calgary where it's deployed quite regularly. And so municipalities are getting more comfortable with it. It's a product in the market that's becoming more common. And so I would suggest, if anything, we would hope to, over time, potentially perhaps use it more as a tool if we find it effective because of the positive impacts it has on cash flow.
Okay, I'll leave it for now and come back on.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Following up to that question, when you said it's becoming more commonplace across the country, and you obviously came from Calgary, can you speak to the Calgary situation, if it was in place, if it was implemented? What did you see there? I recognize that there are different markets, but I'm just interested in learning about that.
Yeah, for sure. So it was introduced probably around 2018 or so, if my recollection is correct. We dramatically increased its use during harder economic times and in response to acute pressures like COVID. So rolled it out to a wider array of infrastructure types, products, and it's so far been a positive experience for the municipality as a form of security. So it's becoming more and more common there.
Okay, and was it optional in the sense? I know that this has to be. The report notes it's done on request. It's not an automatic. Did everybody take it up?
Correct. It is usually optional. It's almost always either a letter of credit or a surety bond. In most cases, if the option is available for surety bond, developers will take it up. But if it's a relatively low level of security and they have cash on hand, it can be a viable option for people to continue to use letters of credit, and we will continue to provide that option.
So your expectation, I wouldn't say prediction, is that perhaps we might see the majority of applicants using it, but there might be some that will not?
I think correct, especially at the dollar threshold we're talking about. I think there's likely significant benefit to use a surety bond in more instances.
Okay, thanks. I have one other follow-up question, and it's on the recommendation F. I think a couple of my colleagues touched on this earlier around reducing the rate for the works yard for the public bus transportation. And it was sorry, this is very loud. It was referenced that there was a city serving use and benefit. I guess I'm interested to hear, maybe, I don't know if Grace is back or not, or from finance if they're here, whether or not council should be viewing this as another example of downloading from the province, where we are kind of providing space to enable these things to happen, because we're usually at the kind of late end of something and we're giving something up. But should we be viewing this as downloading, or is this just good government to government neighborliness for $9 million?
Yeah, Charles Joseph, Engineering Services Associate Director. So the Marple Transit Center is a TransLink project where they are enabling electric vehicle bus fleet. And while we are considering, or you've been put forward for considering the DCL waiver, they are providing a high value of infrastructure in kind to the city. So they are providing well over $60 million worth of flood protection infrastructure that will protect their site, as well as other infrastructure in the surrounding streets, signals, intersections, sewer and water, that will provide a direct improvement for their access and their servicing for their site, but will also benefit the surrounding area as well. So there's a trade-off there between the two.
Okay, I see the GM of Engineering is going to augment that.
Yeah, General Manager of Engineering Services. I just wanted to mention too that in other cities where they operate their own transit system, it would actually be considered part of city operations. So like you see in Calgary. So for us, we wouldn't charge ourselves for a works yard, and it would be similar for a city that operated its own transit system.
Right. Okay, that's helpful extra information and context that's not in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato. She's not here. Okay, we will skip her. Councillor Joe. Oh, there's back. Okay. How do we? Here, let's stop the timer here. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I just have one quick follow-up question, just on the subject of the surety bonds and the that threshold of that we heard about smaller builders seeking something lower. Presumably, you're going to evaluate these strategies and monitor them in terms of how they're working, how it supports new housing, and so at a future update, an evaluation, would you be able to speak to that? Whether you see any opportunity or value in sort of lowering that threshold? Is that something that could be part of a later update when?
Yeah, absolutely, because it is in addition to the surety bond, right? Because the 15% threshold of the financial asset, it applies to even DCL deferral, CAC deferral, and the use of surety bonds. So we will be reviewing the efficacy of all these tools and how we're going to optimize the room. And maybe 15% is too low, we don't know. So I think we just need to review it based on experience and come back, maybe recommending some changes in the future.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So a couple of quick questions. So talking about the eligibility for these measurements, so are those projects approved in council but not started construction yet? Are they eligible for all those measurements?
Hey, Councillor, this would be any project that is in the current building process stream that has not been issued would be eligible.
Will not be issued for the building permit.
Yeah, if a building permit's not yet issued, it could be eligible for the deferral, subject to them applying for it and paying the application fee.
Okay. Okay, so that includes all the project has been approved in the public hearing, but just not yet received the BP stage.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Let me see. Okay, so I guess this report, this measurement was planned before we have this tariff situation. Now we have the tariff. It's even worse, actually, for those developers, for those housing deliveries. Have we considered the tariff in those measurements?
Yeah, I mean, we did. It's something we did table at the development industry stakeholder meetings, and I think it's difficult to quantify the impact of tariffs on the development costs today. It seems to be changing from time to time, so it's unclear at this moment what that impact is. But it was a consideration. But this is really just about current construction cost inflation, flat revenues, sales, rental prices. It's the dynamics of the current market not being in the favor of producing housing supply.
Okay, so when we're gonna see the evaluation coming to council?
Pardon me?
When we're gonna see the evaluation of this measurement to council? What is the plan?
You mean in terms of a report back?
Yes.
I would expect, like, we do an annual report on DCLs and CACs to council. I think
Report.
embedding a status report in that annual report would be a good place to put it.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maloney.
I just wanted to ask another question. I'm struggling with the annual inflationary adjustments. What incentive and how much of an incentive does this provide to developers to continue on with projects? And what is, I mean, it's the public's absorbing the inflation risk. So how does that affect funding? How much?
Thank you for your question. I would say it's a complicated kind of response to that. Just to give you additional context, the province is, I believe, has already approved the extension of the in-stream protection for or considering, almost considering extending the in-stream protection, for development, at the metro level. Meaning that because the development, they want certainty in terms of when they can lock in the cost of development. That's the reason why the province is contemplating extending in-stream. So very similarly here, I think the indexing, because in particular on the CAC indexing, because the market is just not there yet. That's why at the staff level, we believe it is actually prudent for us to give up that because the market is not there. And in terms of the DC, other development, I would say density bonus and all those, we're giving up the indexing is because I think right now, even within our incentive program, the key thing that we have heard loud and clear from the development is really about, I would say, making sure that there's certainty in terms of the development charges and so on and so forth. That's why we are giving up that bit.
And so that would be another thing that you're proposing would be just a long-term measure that stays in place?
We also mentioned in the report, we're undertaking quite a holistic and comprehensive review of all our development and growth funding mechanisms. So a new DCL bylaw, an ACC bylaw that will in large part replace the CAC land lift process by default for many types of development. We're undertaking work right now corporately to help define service levels that those charges are tied to. There's also legislative requirements for ACCs and inclusionary bylaw to do economic testing as well. So we anticipate all those rates and programs will be completely recalibrated under that program. And so that was part of the justification for saying, given economic conditions, pause. We're also going to be undertaking this work over the next year, and council will expect those bylaws mid-2026.
Just one more point to note. The annual indexing, council every year, you can decide whether you go with the indexing based on the mechanism or you can give that one up. So every year, council, you can make your decision. It's not like a lock-in forever and ever, like not going with indexing.
Oh, great. Thanks very much. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the end of council questions. We're now going to hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Evan Allegretto.
Hello?
Evan, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Evan Allegretto. Sorry, you got echo there. President of Intracorp. So I'm obviously here to support the recommendation. I thought Josh did a very good job just representing the policy. I first want to thank council for making the motion a while back, and also staff because we worked really well together. And while we didn't get the outcome that we wanted, we learned the confines that staff were confined to by the Vancouver Charter and then the TransLink and like the Metro situation. So we got a little bit out of the way. And so I'm really proud where we got to. I would want to say that it is just a small movement. It does help the pro forma, but it's just like all these things are small. And I would still say, like, you know, as in what it is right now with industry, it's the worst I've ever seen it. There's layoffs happening in the industry. There's bankruptcies happening in the industry. And, you know, these are small movements, but they're not the big tool that will make things work, like viable in the future. So I totally applaud staff. It was awesome, and I actually think like these are really good tools for like incremental changes. So anyone that is currently like just needing to get over the hurdle, this will probably move the dial to get people to construction start. But there's only a few projects that will make it work, but that's great for supply. So we're still looking for that tool to materially move the dial. But right, you know, thank you for working with us. The staff members was a good feeling rather than fighting with them. So it was a good experience. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So speaker number 2 has withdrawn. Speaker number 3, Dean Johnston.
Thank you. Good morning, I guess now good afternoon. Mayor and Council, my name is Dean Johnson. I'm a resident of Vancouver and Senior Vice President of Development at West Group Properties. Today I want to express West Group's support for the recommendations before you. They're practical first steps that give developers more flexibility on delivering housing, period. And they're only the beginning of what's needed, though, in today's headwinds we're facing. First, I want to thank staff. We're really seeing a shift towards practical solutions-focused work, and that's genuinely appreciated. When the market was strong, policies added costs for below-market housing, amenities, and sustainability because rising values could absorb them. Over time, more fees, charges, and complexity piled up, but today those same layers are barriers, and we need to start to think about peeling some of them back. The pace of new policy must slow down or freeze, and we need to streamline what's in place based on sound economic analysis. If we do not tackle these costs, more projects will stall, and when they do, so do the homes, community amenities, and infrastructure our city relies on. Budget shortfalls and development contributions add pressure on city services and can force higher property taxes to fill the gap. And as Evan referred to, like the situation is very serious. A couple fun facts, not so fun facts. New multifamily sales across Metro Vancouver fell 27% in Q1 and 40% north of the Fraser River, sorry. Resale values in parts of the city, based on our estimates, are 10 to 15% below break even selling for new units. Over 16,000 units for sale in Metro Vancouver, of which 10,000 have pre-sales too low to secure financing to start construction. They will not proceed. Meanwhile, construction costs and government fees have surged in recent times faster than revenue, and some regional fees have increased near 20-fold, almost overnight, pushing many projects below viability and driving up the final home price. Combined with the soft market, this creates some uncertainty, but we can think big and have some bold actions. That's why we support the reforms proposed today and urge Council to go further with the following actions. Shift all development charges and fees to the point of sale, so payment aligns with revenue. This frees up equity and improves project economics and accelerates delivery. It also benefits purchasers, perhaps giving up to $68,000 per home based on independent analysis. Review and update all fees and policies. Many charges and requirements, including conclusionary rental policies, are no longer viable, and they put projects underwater. Allow milestone-based or phased payments for large sites, including rezoning fees over $1 million. That just gets the projects going. Explore municipal property tax deferrals for purpose-built rental housing, as advanced by Councillor Bly recent motion. A tax abatement program prioritizing rental and below-market units is exactly the bold step we need in addition to all this stuff we discussed today. And additionally, fun one for me, the increased floor plate flexibility is a great step. It's logical and it's long overdue, with many conversations with the staff on kind of bringing that up to more recent requirements. But expanding that to a further piece, applying the 8,000 square foot floor plate to a larger expanded application across the city, we believe is a good move. In challenging times, it's great to work together with staff and who believe and understand the economics of development. And for us to work together, we need to push harder together to deliver the homes. And as always, West Group's always here to help support with information and to answer questions. And so again, we support this motion and Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is number 4, Reed Kaufman online. Reed, are you there?
I'm here. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Reed Kaufman. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I work for a locally owned and operated development company called Bastion Development. I'm here to speak in support of this motion today, and I'll break my comments down into 3 parts. So, first off, echoing what the previous speaker said, I want to recognize the efforts staff have made to try and understand the real-world challenges facing the home building industry right now. It's critically important, not just for council and staff, but also for the media and the broader community to appreciate how dramatically the development landscape has changed. We are not in a business-as-usual environment anymore, and if we don't adjust how we work together, the consequences will be seen in lost housing supply, stalled projects, and worsening affordability. This motion and the broader discussion signal a positive shift towards responsive, evidence-based policymaking, which helps facilitate that new homes actually get built. So part 2, just a little bit of an update on the market and why it's not business as usual. So the real estate market peaked in late 2021 and 2022, fueled by historically low interest rates and demand that's been boosted by the COVID epidemic and record immigration. That environment is now far behind us. Since then, fundamentals have changed and shifted dramatically. So construction financing based on interest rates are much higher, more than doubled. Construction costs have increased as well over time. And a couple points, data points, is in Metro Vancouver, in the first quarter of this year, recorded its lowest pre-sale transactions in any recorded history, with just under 1,425 units sold. And that's about 50% fewer than an already slow 2024, the year previously. And on a local level, year-to-date, there's only been approximately about 15 pre-sale transactions on Vancouver's west side, with an average price per square foot of around $1,450 of those 15 transactions. So this price adjustment reflects the very soft demand and a lot larger adjustment to projects that were selling around $1,700 per square feet in 2021 and 2022. So these statistics paint a clear picture. Projects that made sense a few years ago no longer pencil today. So simply, another critical point for everyone to understand and council as well is that simply increasing density is no longer a reliable solution. Higher density adds complexity and risk to projects, and these projects take on higher cost and larger equity requirements. So part 3, just the proposed fee deferrals represent practical and a welcome first step in addressing these challenges. However, this is only the beginning. An ongoing collaboration between staff and industry is essential to develop further recommendations that support projects moving from approval into construction. So one amendment I would propose to the motion on the floor today is that the threshold for the CAC deferral be considered to be reduced in half from $5 million in the staff report to $2.5 million is my suggestion, because I think that anything that council and staff can do to help reduce cost to deliver housing is a necessary and a very practical step forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah McLeod.
I feel like I'm going to pass out. Don't start the time yet. Not actually, kind of, but just so much to talk about. I mean, to get to the points, how I understand it, your CACs are your tools to provide a livable, like, Vancouver to all of the people living here, all of the people living in Vancouver. And you're considering, and I can admit there's room for negotiation, but these are huge reductions to that tool to do those things to help everyone living here. I hope there's big amendments. Let me go to my actual page. Oh, that was that page. And then to say also that in the future we will maybe shift to permanent and then like ask for more, like a good friend of mine, and I totally understand wanting to help some people that can avoid bankruptcy. I have friends and family who went through bankruptcy, small businesses during the COVID time, and they're growing in their new lives. And it's a great, this kind of maybe situation we're in is how we find out who the good people are, because to just get rid of or reduce regulatory requirements, it's already being done, and to reduce it more, it just is not helping us live here. And to say developers want certainties, I want to eat 3 meals a day sometime. I understand no one wants to go bankrupt. But here's the thing, what term? Things have already been taken to the millions of assets just in green space. And that's what I always bring up, because that's what I know and I rely on and I observe and I pay attention to. And I can tell you that. And then with other things, and I know there's, they're helping with the engineering of the water. That's a great negotiation, but we really shouldn't encourage developers to come in and buy. I do think we should encourage them to complete the projects, but talking about Calgary, my friend who lives in Calgary lives in a ward that is owned by a Trump donor from America, that's what it welcomed in a way, when you just get rid of these things because they're oh, we don't have to pay that now. Sweet. That happened. It's happened. Anyway, so almost out of time, halfway through the page. You probably are definitely downloading to the province, definitely protect the tools you guys have in the city with your charter to keep these tools and keep them strong and use them to provide things that will make it a livable city. This is not it. I'm sorry some people will go bankrupt. It happens. We're here for you. We'll help you, but we're not going to let this keep happening with the regulatory requirements, the land, and the labor. Or you mean the stolen, commodified nature, Mother Nature, and the humans that try to live with it?
Sarah,
Is that it?
sorry, we're at time.
Thank you for giving me extra. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for coming in again. Okay, speaker number 6, Henry McQueen.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. My name is Henry McQueen. I'm the Executive Vice President at Qualix Landmark, a local builder of strata market and below market rental homes in Vancouver and across the region as well. I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver. I live in Little Italy with my wife and 2 young kids. I support these recommendations. Like others, I want to commend staff on these important changes and encourage more moves like this. It's really, really hard work. I want to voice my appreciation for the people behind it at City Hall, so thank you very much. As a developer, we're sometimes playing the smallest violin in the world when we ask for help to get more housing built. I want to assure Council that the housing issues we're facing are structural. To get housing built, we need a business case to continue this work, or less and less homes will get built. This gap in housing will be more apparent in a couple of years' time after the projects from previous and better markets clear out. Broadly speaking, we're seeing projects go into receivership, as others have said. Layoffs are advancing throughout the industry. This is the opposite of what we want when we have a deficit of housing. This means our capacity to deliver housing is getting smaller when we need it to grow. As others have noticed, from my review, we've seen costs go up 20% across our projects in the last 4 years, primarily driven by hard costs, borrowing, and some city fees, where revenues haven't moved materially. So that's a very troubling trend. I believe the proposed changes are a great start to help reduce the big upfront constraints projects face, especially rental. This is the shared responsibility across governments and the private sector, so not just the city. I want to assure staff and council that we're working tirelessly with lenders, with contractors, with suppliers and consultants to sharpen our pencils as we are asking landowners to sell for less as well. Everyone is being asked to do more with less, and needs to be that way, because no single change we make today is going to solve this issue broadly. There needs to be ongoing effort to do this. So again, just here to support these recommendations and simply want to add and encourage more action like this. I think it's incredibly positive and we need to keep going. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Henry. Okay, so that's the end of our speakers list. I just want to thank everyone once again for coming in and speaking to council. Now, before I ask for a mover, I want to note that following advice from legal, the councillors Malonian are unable to move recommendation E, as they were not on council at the time of the original decision in 2024. So would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. It's a race there. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to keep it short today, but I'm just going to say I support these recommendations, and I've said this similarly before, and that any of these CCL, CACs, the newly contemplated ACCs, there's lots of acronyms, but any of these projected development contributions are exactly that. They are projected, and they are, I think I've said sometimes ethereal or contemplated, but they're not real. They're on paper or they're projected until we actually get the money in the door. And if the housing does not get built, the city does not receive the funds. I am acutely aware of the deep infrastructure hole that we have. I think we quantified it about $500 million a year in response to motions that I'd made previously, and the city's cost to dig ourselves out of that infrastructure hole and renew our existing, let alone the new infrastructure, to providing community support and amenities that people want to see when they have new housing and new neighbors coming into their communities. They want to see the investment in the public amenities, but that delta is continuing to grow. But however, we're not going to get anything in the door if we, as we've heard from some of the stats, are quite alarming in terms of the decrease in applications coming forward, building permits, the reduction in sales, not necessarily having enough on pre-sales in order to commence construction and so on. So it does make sense to me. I think one of the things that has often been a frustration sitting on council, and I think starting to move in the right direction, is to better align our policies with other levels of governments. We don't sort of have made in Vancouver or Vancouver only type of paradigms. We've seen this with our building code, and we've been looking to streamline some of those regulations so that it's not different when you're doing business in Vancouver versus Burnaby versus Surrey or Richmond or whatever the case is. And so I think that's a good best practice. Heard from several proponents advocating that it be at point of sale or occupancy. I think it was clarified in questions asked earlier by our director of planning that we don't have the authority to do that at this time. And we also know there's additional changes that are coming down the pipe with the province. As it was sort of referenced, foregoing the inflationary component does put some additional pressure, as does the deferral of receipt of it on the city's capital plan. But I think staff have identified ways to navigate through that. But these are the tough times in which we find ourselves, and we don't want to lose the momentum that we've gathered from sort of years of policy, very robust approvals in past few years with respects to housing. And it's a tough time. It's a tough market. And we have shifted our policies away from things like strata to favor rental. We've done inclusionary. We are asking a lot, as we should, right, in terms of the folks that are building our city. But we also need to make sure that our policy regime is a fair one and is an enabling one that would allow the housing delivery. So I'm going to support it as it is. I know I've heard other suggestions around going to lower thresholds, et cetera, but I think that this is really recognizing some of the particular more deeper costs and more complexity in some of the larger projects, but there may be an opportunity in future for some of the smaller ones. But I think this is tackling sort of the lion's share of the issue at this moment. Other than that, I appreciate all the work that has been done by staff, and I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and I'm happy to speak in support as well. I just want to acknowledge staff's work on this and, the leadership of Josh White and senior staff to really pull together a few different components that will support bringing more development and more rental housing and others to reality in an environment. And I'm becoming increasingly concerned that we are sort of celebrating housing wins in our public hearing process, and that is not necessarily going to materialize in actual units built. And we're seeing rents coming down 10% or more now because of decisions that were made 3 and 4 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago. So if we don't make decisions now that are supported, that we hear from industry as well as staff, as well as finance, that are in this report, we will find ourselves with, and I think, it was mentioned as a price jump in the future of rental housing again, and so we'll lose a lot of the progress we've made. So I've heard from speakers. I just want to thank the speakers. I know you've actually been here all day in person, waiting for this item since early this morning. So I appreciate that. But that just speaks to, I think, how important this is, that we hear from industry on this piece. And we are asking the private sector to do more with less at a time when there are many pressures and challenges with these projects that fall short, both in the ability to get construction financing, but to be able to deliver the things we're asking: DCLs, inclusionary zoning, and now DCCs. And so this just provides the flexibility that I think we've been hearing is required. I also heard from speakers that we need bolder moves. That while this is helpful, it's not going to move the dial as much as what's required. And that is something that I think I'm certainly hearing and am alive to, for the sole purpose that it's a very promising thing for folks living in our city that rents are slowly coming down. I do not want to lose traction personally on that progress, and knowing that it's 2 and 3 years out where that's going to be felt. That we have a responsibility to take that risk seriously, and I think we're hearing that. So very happy to support the work in this report and continue, and as has been stated, continue to look at what are some of those other pieces that we can continue to push forward. So, our staff's great work at helping us understand some of these complex issues, just a real kudos and thank you for the ongoing work there. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to staff for the inventiveness and the I think the recognizing that we had to do something. And as I asked earlier on, it sounds like that Vancouver is kind of leading the way in terms of these kinds of initiatives. I'm sort of taken back to the fact that policy has always been at the heart of how we try and address pressures in the market and take advantage of the good times and also respond to the more difficult times. It was, I believe, under the time when Gordon Campbell was the mayor that we started to more proactively use land lift as a way of funding amenities and other services that we were able to build in the city. When the housing downturn happened in the late 2000s, I was actually a member of the City Planning Commission with Seti Pendeker, a former city councillor and a policy expert himself, who drafted with the help of our committee what eventually became the STIR program. Adopted by the Vision Council. And then we've sort of seen iterations of these kinds of policies to try and help incentivize the development of housing, particularly rental housing, in response to the fact the federal government effectively has sort of stepped away from it during the 1990s. So for us to be at this stage now, where the market is taking a pretty profound kind of downturn and struggling, I think it behooves us to look at different ways of doing things. And so for that reason, I'm again would like to compliment our team for, again, sort of leading the way and developing a new approach on how to do these things. You know, we heard from speakers today that talked that just applying more density is not necessarily the way to go about this. It's part of the solution, but it does come in with its own inherent risks. So I'm glad and will be very pleased to support this, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing back from staff, a report back on the results of this, and seeing if there is any potential need to make any adjustments down the road. But at the same point, the point is that we need to build housing because we don't have enough of it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks to staff for your work on this report and the proposed changes, and to all the speakers for your firsthand knowledge of building homes in Vancouver. I'm really encouraged to see that we're taking a proactive approach to ensuring that new housing continues to be built here, especially rental housing, which is so urgently needed in our city. And we've seen some positive trends, as mentioned by some of my colleagues, around rents dropping. But I completely agree that we can't let our foot off the gas. because demand can continue to increase, and we already are in a housing crisis, so we need to continue to address that. I wanted to speak to some residents who may be asking, why is this necessary? I see many blue rezoning signs all over the city, and I think that's a fair question. But the reality really is that under the current framework and our current economic conditions with rising construction costs and high interest rates, many of these projects may not move forward, and that housing may not actually get built anytime in the near future. Meanwhile, the housing crisis that we're all in continues to deepen. So I think these recommendations are smart. I think that they're fair. They will ensure that we can continue to fund community amenities in Vancouver. They will bring us into line with other jurisdictions in the region in terms of delivering that housing and in terms of DCLs and DCCs. And continue to deliver the below market and inclusionary homes that we so desperately need. And I really believe that in order to maintain Vancouver as a livable and diverse city and a place where people who actually work in Vancouver can afford to live, we need to make it as easy as possible for these homes to be built while continuing to secure more rental, more below market, more inclusionary, so we can have a dynamic city that's healthy. And I know that that's a big focus of mine here at Council, and I'm very supportive of these recommendations as a step in that direction. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call a vote. If we can please go to the voting panel. Great, and that is unanimous. It passes. Great. Okay. The next item on the agenda is item number 3, Local Improvement Project List of Consideration, Court of Revision 642. Now, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to disclose it. Thanks, everyone. Any conflicts? No? Great. This item does not have a presentation, and Councillor Maloney, you held this item, so you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Please go ahead.
Hi. Firstly, how many projects per year are funded under this, generally, this bylaw?
The Director of Streets and Engineering Services. Thanks for your question. It's quite variable. We typically, I think, get 6 to 8 requests sort of per month. And depending on the level of support from neighbors, only a handful typically proceed to construction.
And is that generally because the neighbourhood has to pay the full cost of the improvement?
I don't think that it's... So up until last year, there was a city component to the funding. It was about 30% of a city contribution. Unfortunately, that created a huge backlog of requests because the city couldn't find sufficient funding to meet our side of that equation. And so last year, council made changes to the program whereby now 100% of the funding comes from residents. I think it's probably early for us to say with certainty, but we kind of see a similar level of support for projects. And so I think that the absolute cost to the resident has changed, but when you look at the way that residents typically pay, which is amortized over 15 years, the resulting payment isn't significantly different.
Oh, so it's over 15 years.
Correct.
These two projects are lane resurfacing, but would you say, what would you say is the general mix of projects each year that are requested?
Historically, they're almost entirely lane paving. And in fact, most of the lanes in the city of Vancouver have been paved in this way throughout history, like over a period of decades. We also do lane lighting projects, and there are also traffic calming projects that sometimes proceed.
The reason for my interest in this is because I remember once calling on behalf of residents of the West End to ask for traffic calming at the intersection of Nelson and Bidwell Streets, and we were told by 311 that we would have to pay for it ourselves. Are those projects, traffic calming projects, we were given the impression that that was the only way of funding it, and I don't think that's the case.
No.
Is it is it open to you to provide some help to 311 to let people know that there are other options?
Yeah, typically, traffic calming requests are evaluated by our transportation team. And so required traffic calming projects are funded by the city, and we have a number of programs that can do that. And so when we consider a traffic calming request through the local improvement program, it's typically where our transportation team has already evaluated that request and said that it's not a sort of a safety-focused improvement. Maybe it's a comfort level improvement. It's something that wouldn't normally kind of rise to our to the top of our list of priorities for city funding.
Okay. And so is that the only instance in which case residents would be asked to fund their own safety improvements and traffic calming if it was considered already evaluated by the city and not considered to be?
That's right. We don't ask residents to fund safety improvements.
Yes. Anymore. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Council, is there any discussion? Sorry, Councillor Bly, is he in the main queue? Is that right? Or hold over? Okay, I'm going to advance that. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. If we can please go to the voting panel. Councillor Fry's not here, so that passes unanimously with Councillor Fry not. Is that okay? We're good? Okay, perfect. Oh, it's all good. Happens. Okay, moving on. The next item on the docket is number 6, selection of and terms for social housing operator at 488 Broughton Street. Now, before we begin, is there anyone who needs to declare a conflict of interest? Great, this item does, oh, sorry, Councillor Orr, yeah, okay. This item does not have a presentation. Councillor Orr, you held this item, so you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members.
Yeah, thank you very much. This kind of caught my eye just because it's seems like an opportunity to go a little further in terms of affordability, because it is already built. So my questions kind of center around that. Am I correct in saying like the city pays no mortgage on this property, or because it's already built, or?
That's correct. Jabeen Jan Mohammed, Director of Non-Market Housing, Portfolio Planning and Partnership, and correct, the city owns the building.
Okay, and there are no construction costs?
There are construction costs.
There are construction costs?
There are indeed construction costs,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Can you explain to me how that works, if the building is constructed, or?
In terms of the construction costs?
Yeah, what
I don't have the exact costs with me at the moment, but there was a cost to build the building. And those costs do have to be recovered from revenue from the building.
Oh,
Is that what you were thinking?
No, yeah, I just sort of thought that the building was turned over to the city.
Oh,
kind of
no.
turnkey, but
No.
the city was involved the entire sort of time.
Yeah, that's often the case, but it's not the case in this circumstance. The city did built the building.
Okay. Because I saw this, and this is what made me flag it. Staff will establish the affordability target for the project beyond the required 30% of units at or below hills, closer to occupancy, considering project viability, recovery of construction costs, and priorities. So that kind of answers a bit of my question there, since there is construction costs. What would you say is the likelihood of moving beyond that required 30%?
Oh, absolutely. As we move further into the project and costs can be recouped, that's our primary goal, is to increase the affordability in that building. Absolutely.
So as it stands, hills would be at around 40,000 to 100,000, around there.
It depends on, I can tell you exactly. It depends on the size of the unit and household. But at the moment, 30% of the units, so that's 18 of the units, have to be rented at hills or less. That's 30% of household income. A good example of this is a 1-bedroom unit, for example, would be rented at $1,015 to $1,450 a month, and that's affordable to someone with a household income of $41,000 to $50,000 a year.
Okay, I'm just thinking of getting that down in terms of there's a lot of people, we're not building a lot below that rate in terms of people that make less than 40,000, people with families that make less than $40,000, and seeing that this is, the city owns this building, that we could go further. So you agree that could be the case?
Yeah, absolutely. The city will work with the operator to ensure that the maximum affordability is provided to potential tenants. And as we recoup the costs and we continue through, a few years of the term, I think that it'll be more achievable for sure.
Okay. And so there's no sort of like profit and motive in terms of the city or the operator?
No, not at all, not at all. The operator receives a fee based on a per unit fee, and there's no opportunity for profit there, no.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I must have misunderstood some stuff, but that's really great that we could try and go beyond that 30%. That's really good to hear.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Would someone like to move a motion? Great. Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, I'm now going to call a vote. If we could please go to the voting panel, and that would be great. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, moving along now. The next item we have is item number 7, Vancouver Official Development Plan Legislatively Required Consultation. Does anyone on council wish to declare a conflict? No? Pardon? Item number 8, yes. Did I say 7? Okay. 7 plus 1 is 8. Sorry. Thank you for that catch. Great. So item number 8, Vancouver Official Development Plan Legislatively Required Consultation. Before we begin this agenda item, would anybody like to declare a conflict? Seeing none? Okay, great. We have team members here to present this item. And we're just waiting on the team members. Is there a presentation today? Do we need a couple of minutes? Sure. Okay. Can we get a motion to vary the agenda, and we'll go through the rest of the business of this meeting? Great. So moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Montague. Any discussion? No? Okay, so let us vary the agenda. Bear with me for one moment. Okay. So we have 13 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin this agenda item, does anybody have a conflict of interest they want to disclose? No? Okay. For bylaws 3 through 6, council members absent for these items at the public hearings need to have reviewed the proceedings, including the video clip, to be eligible to vote. Bylaw 3 was from the public hearing on July the 25th, 2024. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Claassen? Councillor Maloney? Thank you. Councillor Orr? And I have not, and I will not. Bylaw 4 was from the public hearing on November the 12th and 14th, 2024. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Fry? Councillor Kirby-Young? Not here. Councillor Maloney? Councillor Orr? Thank you. Bylaws 5 and 6 were from the public hearing on May the 30th, 2024. Councillor Maloney, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Thank you. Councillor Orr? Great, thank you. And I have not, and I will not. We will need to vote on Bylaw 5 separately, as Bylaw 6 is subject to the approval of Bylaw 5. Would someone like to move a motion to adopt Bylaw 5? Councillor Claassen, seconded by Councillor Montague. He beat you to it. Would someone... all right, that makes sense, I guess. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 4 and 6 to 13? Great. Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Bly. Council, is there any discussion? That makes sense, or do we like it? Councillor Kirby-Young for bylaw number 4. Is it bylaw number 4? Bylaw number, have you and you will? Great, thank you very much. Okay, all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Notice of council member motions. Are there any, actually, hold on a second. Pardon? No, why don't we just, like, it'll be pretty fast. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Okay, notice of council member motions. Are there any notice of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? Reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion. And be sure to send the title and date of the standing committee meeting by email to the city clerk. So Councillor Orr, I know you were on queue for number 8. Are you on queue for notice of motion? Okay, I'm just going to advance you and we'll make sure that you're first on item number 8. Councillor Claassen.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to give notice on two motions. First motion, opening doors, expanding ownership options for laneway and backyard homes, submitted by Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Claassen for standing committee on July 9th. And the next motion is titled From Vacancy to Vitality, Launching a Temporary Use Pilot for Empty Storefronts in the Downtown East Side, submitted by Councillor Claassen for standing committee on July 9th.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thank you. Motion 1 is for the meeting on July 9th, unlocking the creative and economic potential of Vancouver's Railtown District. And motion number 2 for July 9th is FCM 2028 annual conference bid.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
For standing committee, July 9th. It's a long one and filled with puns. A drain on resources and resources down the drain, pulling the plug on in-sink garbage disposal.
Love it. Awesome. Thank you very much. Councillor Maloney.
Could I request a 2-minute break, please? Recess, because I would like to give notice of a motion and made a mistake about not realising the dates.
Okay.
Yes, that's why I just need 1 minute.
Sure.
Thank you.
Fine. 1 minute and 3 seconds now. 102, 101. It'll be pretty quick. All right, Councillor Maloney.
Moving a motion with Councillor Meisner entitled Developing a Vision Zero Road Safety Policy and Action Plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, we'll go to new business really quickly here. We have one item of new business on the agenda today, and that's requests for leaves of absence. This motion has been circulated to council at the beginning of the meeting and is available on the screen. So if we can take a look just to make sure everyone's good with it. Ooh. Okay. Would someone like to move the motion? Great, Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Claassen. Is there any discussion? Everyone see their stuff up there? Great. Okay, all those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Council, are there any other items of new business? Councillor Dominato.
No, mine's an inquiry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly. Oops, sorry. Okay. We'll go through inquiries and other matters really quickly, unless anyone else has any items of new business. Great. So Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor, and through you to our Deputy City Manager. I'm just hoping council could get a report back from Vancouver Fire Rescue Services around the risk of e-bike fires, and we've had a number of recent incidents of fires and damage to homes. And I'm curious to have a better understanding of the issue, also provisions when it comes to our building code, because we do actually build, in most of our multi-unit buildings, actual bike storage overall. But wanting to better understand, I know that there's, fire's been indicating that the bikes should not be stored within living units. I recognize it's a little different with some of these single detached homes compared to a newer rental building, but I would love to have more information so we can understand the risks. So just a report back if that's possible.
Yes, Councillor, we can arrange for a memo.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I am interested in just the status of our ongoing work with the Granville Island topic. It's been floating up in media lately. There's been quite a few discussions, and interested particularly the city's role and the city's role in relationship to the province and the federal government as well. And if we could get some information back on that would be great.
We can arrange for that as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Are there any other inquiries or other matters? Great.
Okay, Council, we're going to return to item 8 on our agenda. And I do believe we have staff present and they have a brief presentation, roughly 8 slides. And so maybe just in the interest of, because I do know Councillor Orr has some questions, maybe we'll go through that presentation. Are you okay for the presentation or do we need?
Yeah, is that showing up?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks so much, Mayor and Council. My name is Meredith Seaton. I'm with the community planning team within Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability. And we're happy to be here today to talk about the citywide official development plan that's under development. In 2024, the province brought forward amendments to the Vancouver Charter, adding content and process requirements for the citywide ODP. And then earlier this month, on June 9th, those amendments came into force and effect. So we're here today to seek Council's direction on legislatively required consultation. And as Council will recall, Vancouver Plan was endorsed back in 2022, and it involved a multi-year process with significant public engagement efforts, starting in the fall of 2019. And so creating the ODP, Vancouver's first citywide statutory land use plan, is part of implementing Vancouver Plan, and it's also a requirement of the Vancouver Charter. And just to share a bit more about that significant public engagement process, there were over 500 engagement events and over 50,000 engagement touchpoints. This included about 30 pop-up engagement events, 36 workshops and meetings with community advisory committees, 29 neighborhood charrettes, and significant effort was particularly put around centering lesser heard voices, particularly equity denied and underrepresented groups. There were 185 meetings and events with equity denied community members and organizations who served them. There was also a youth planners program, including over 100 youth workshops and over 3,000 child and youth engagement contacts. The city made partnership agreements with First Nations as well and the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council during the development of Van Plan. So the directions included in Vancouver Plan reflect a whole lot of input from community members. And as we develop the ODP, we're looking to really honor that input. So because of the strong foundation that Vancouver Plan provides us, as well as honoring that engagement that informed that plan, as mentioned, and also because of, in recognition of the legislated timeline that we're under with the provincial requirements that we adopt an ODP by June of 2026. The scope of work for the ODP, which was endorsed by Council last summer, was to use Vancouver Plan as the basis of the ODP. So we're adding components which are legislatively required to be included, such as information on hazardous lands, lands that are ecologically sensitive to development, and information about current and future parks, schools, and other infrastructure. And also some new information to reflect council direction that's happened since 2022. So for example, the UNDRIP strategy and action plan. We're working through creating a draft plan which will be brought forward for public input in the fall. So along with specific requirements for what must be included in the citywide ODP, the amended Vancouver Charter also specifies required consultation. Specifically, Council must consider consultation with a particular list of organizations and authorities and determine whether such consultation should be early and ongoing. So the reason we're here today is to fulfill this statutory obligation to seek Council's direction on consultation with these particular groups. And the report before you today recommends that Council direct staff to consult with a fairly broad list of organizations, including Metro Vancouver, all the adjacent municipalities, as well as the University Endowment Lands, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, our boards of education, Vancouver School Board, and Conseil Scolaire Francophone, as well as a range of provincial and federal agencies. These groups were involved in the development of Vancouver Plan, and we have already advised them of the ODP process and hosted information sessions with them in the fall. Because of Bill 18 amending the Vancouver Charter and only recently coming into force and effect earlier this month, we'd like to reach out again to these same groups and fulfill our legislative requirements. So we're proposing that the consultation with these groups includes sending letters from the city manager's office, directing these organizations to our draft plan and inviting comments and feedback on that, as well as hosting information sessions and being responsive to any additional requests for consultation should we receive them. Regarding First Nations, we sent project referrals to Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations last spring, and we continue to provide project updates as the project advances. We have met with staff from Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh, and we hope to meet with staff from all three nations this summer in advance of public consultation. So the public consultation is planned for this fall, and we anticipate hosting in-person and online engagement opportunities, as well as seeking feedback from the Joint Committee of Members of City Advisory Committees and the Vancouver City Planning Commission. As part of consultation, we also anticipate circling back to the organizations that were engaged in Vancouver Plan to inform them of this implementation step and make sure that they're aware of their opportunity to engage. That includes various housing providers and organizations, cultural organizations, and the development and business sector. A public hearing is also required prior to adoption of the ODP in the spring of 2026. So in summary, the recommendation before you proposes to continue to consult broadly with organizations and authorities that may be impacted by the city's citywide plan. This approach would meet our legislative requirements under the amended Vancouver Charter. Separately, we'll also be undertaking public consultation in the fall, circling back with additional organizations engaged in Vancouver Plan and ensuring there's an opportunity for community members to review and comment on the draft in advance of the required public hearing. And with that, we're happy to take any questions council might have.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm going to advance Councillor Orr because he held this item, and then other councillors, if you have questions, please add yourselves to the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Orr.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. So just, if I understand correctly, there's groups that the province has legislated we must consult, but there's an opportunity to sort of expand that consultation as well to other groups. Is that correct?
Yeah, so council is obliged under the community charter to consider consultation with that specific list. And then there is an opportunity we're additionally doing public consultation in the fall, for example, and circling back to organizations that are above and beyond that list that were engaged in Vancouver Plan.
Okay, excellent. So with that, I mean, I have an amendment. Do I move to the amendment queue now or just let the other questions go?
Yeah, I have well, no, we can move you to an amendment queue. Oh yeah, we do need a motion first. So you'd have to move the motion first.
Okay.
Right. Okay, it's been moved. Seconded. Okay, then we can move to an amendment queue. Yeah, and if you add yourself to the queue, Councillor Orr, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is mostly just to, based on what I heard in the by-election, there's a lot of anxiety around this plan, and just to sort of try and include as many groups in the process as possible. I realize that we are under a schedule here. This is this is legislated by the province. I originally had an amendment that I got feedback from that would have slowed that process down. I think, and would not have been in the timeline. Would not have been possible. So this is a different amendment, just sort of asking for submissions for that kind of consultation. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Orr. We'll need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Bly. And I see Councillor Montague on the queue. I'll advance you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief as expected. Just reading the amendment, and while I see there's language in there that says, well, I think it's every sentence that says such as type of direction, but at the very same time, it's very focused, it's very specific, and as a result, I think it's fundamentally non-inclusive. So the report and staff have been pretty clear on this. There'll be an open process for individuals and groups to provide input. There's been a robust public and organizational consultation process through the Vancouver Plan. This report that we're talking about today is specifically discussing legislatively required consultation. So I'm not going to support what I feel is a frivolous amendment because in relation to this report, I think it's unnecessary and not statutory in nature.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question through you, Chair, if I may, to staff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. These groups outlined in Councillor Orr's amendment, are they groups that were consulted in the Vancouver Plan?
So some of them were. I'm having trouble reading that far away. I think I had a note.
We might be able to zoom in. I'm not sure if the clerks are able to zoom in on that.
So for example, the Vancouver Tenants Union, the Abundant Housing Vancouver were consulted, as well as various supportive and nonprofit housing providers. And various cultural groups like National Filipino Cultural Center of Canada, Asian Canadian Equity Alliance Association. And I see also BC Poverty Reduction Coalition, they were consulted as well. So some were and some weren't, but
Okay. Okay. And when you read the language in the amendment, invite submissions, how are you interpreting that? Is that like a letter, receiving a letter or some sort of presentation, or?
So what we were planning to do with regards to the organizations that were consulted during Vancouver Plan was to reach out via email to let them know of the engagement period, which we're planning to be a month-long thing with an opportunity to review the draft as well as respond to a structured comment form survey type measure. And we could certainly expand that list to reach out to this group as well.
Okay, but in terms of how the engagement works is you do that outreach and then you invite the submissions, and are there workshops or sessions attached to that? I'm just trying to get a sense of like if this is creating a lot of additional work or if this can be managed within the process pretty easily.
Maybe I'll answer that question. Thank you, Lil Ronalds, Senior Planner with Community Planning, Planning Urban Design and Sustainability. We, for this round of consultation, will be looking to reach out to the broad public and solicit their feedback generally. We can also make an extra measure and reach out to these specific groups. And we will be doing that with a full draft plan. In terms of the exact questions we'll be asking, we haven't sort of finalized those as of yet, but we are going out with one broad public and stakeholder engagement event in the fall. We also have at the back of the Vancouver plan, which is available online, a list of the organizations and stakeholder groups that were specifically engaged, as well as broad public feedback. But if you wanted to take a look at that list, that is available.
Okay, I guess my question is really, is this creating a lot of additional work in your opinion or not?
Given the way it is worded, no. We would just reach out more specifically. We will be reaching out specifically to the groups that we've already engaged with, including the broad public. We will add them essentially to our email list.
Okay.
And we will ask and invite them to participate in providing feedback. That's all we would, that's how we are interpreting this.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to support this. I mean, I think we just heard it was very good questions from Councillor Meisner. That this is simply asking for submissions. Much of the consultation has happened to get us to this point. So I think that this is an important step for us. It's, the first time that we are going to have something this broad sweeping in 80 years, approximately. And the evolution of this has been 7 years in the making. I think that submissions will just make sure that all voices are heard. And I think actually it's very thoughtful, the breadth of organizations and considerations. And we have made decisions in this council chambers and not heard from very significant impacted stakeholder groups. So, I just, and not because of anything other than maybe just not having done that due diligence. So I'm comfortable to support this and think that it's not binding, it's engagement and stakeholder engagement. And so I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. I'm just going to admit myself on the queue, not Mayor Sim. I just had a quick question through to the Deputy City Manager, and it's just with respect to two things. Presumably through our broader consultation, the public sector unions were included in that when we developed the citywide plan. Is that a fair assumption?
Have to defer to staff as to whether that.
I'm going to actually have to look back in terms of exactly who was engaged in the unions that were mentioned. I do have it here. If you give me a minute, I can look.
I'm happy to let you look. I have one more question. It's just in the context because I appreciate Councillor Orr's intentions in wanting to have certain organizations input solicited here. But just identifying that there's sort of an equity issue as well, is that not all organizations are represented here in terms of consultation. And so, because there's a lot of other organizations that are very similar, there's other Jewish organizations. I'm just curious if that becomes an issue going forward if this goes ahead.
Sure. One comment I will just make is that the organizations that are mentioned in the back of the plan are those that have identified themselves and actively participated. It doesn't mean that others weren't, input wasn't sought from other organizations. It's just that they had attended an event and, had notified us of the organization that they were affiliated with. So in order for us to track them, it doesn't necessarily mean that others weren't reached out to, because we do reach out when, over 53,000 touch points during Vancouver Plan, which is actually an unprecedented city initiative in terms of engagement. So we do try to reach every citizen, organization, business that's interested and feels affected. So we will continue to do that with this next round. And we can definitely look into, we do know that the Unite Here Local 40 was engaged, and we I can have another scan here and look at who was, but we will seek everybody who feels affected, and we will seek their input.
Okay, I'll leave it there. I'll let you take a look, and then I'll move ahead to Councillor Zhou, who has questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I just have a point of information through you, Chair, to the city staff. So how do you interpret this such as? Because of there's some specific organization listed there. Other than those organizations, are you going to reach out to other organizations?
So we are intending to circle back to the full list of organizations again that are at the back of Vancouver Plan, and which represent a broad swath of organization types, as well as those that were listed that were specifically reached out to as equity denied groups. And so that is kind of the holistic look we'd be taking, as well as adding these listed organizations to that list.
Okay, for example, to be specific, clause C list a few of those ethno cultural organizations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 of them. Other than those 5 organizations, are you going to reach out to other organizations?
There are other cultural organizations that were consulted during Vancouver Plan, so we'd also circle back to them.
Okay. All right, I'll come back later.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zhou. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this amendment. It's very thoughtful. It doesn't have exclusive language. It doesn't preclude staff from extending direct invitations to additional organisations of any type. Staff have said it's not a lot of extra work, and these organisations that he's mentioned seem to be relevant and important. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Zhou.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm not going to support this amendment. I think it's good to include all those organizations in this amendment, especially for those ethno-cultural organizations. But I realize Filipino group, Jewish group, Horgan's Alley, and also our South Asian community, very important for our cultural tapestry in the city. But there's no Chinese group. They are representing 27% of the population in the city. So I feel that is discrimination if there's no Chinese group in this cultural engagement. So for that sole reason, I'm not going to support this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zhou. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Clerks, can you mark me as an abstention, please? I think we've got everyone's votes in. And I believe that passes with Councillors Kirby Young, Councillor Montague, Councillor Clausen, and Councillor Zhou in opposition. And I think that wraps up that item, and we will just need a motion. Oh, sorry, that was the amendment. My apologies, everyone. That was the amendment that passed. We'll move back to the main. Yeah. We'll go back to the main queue. Is there any further questions or comments on the main, now it's amended, report? Seeing none? Okay, I'll call the question. You vote on screen. I'll take a vote in favor, please. And we're just waiting for one more vote. Okay, and that report, the amended report passes with Mayor Sim and Councillor Montague absent. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Moved? Seconded? All in favor? And that carries. Thank you, Council.